lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask for oral communication. Anybody may speak on any item that is not on the agenda. Please come forward if you wish to speak.
My name's Ted Michaud. I'm here from the Commission on Aging, and the 12lee County Commission on Aging and co-sponsors Area 12 and the Mother Lode Office of Catholic Charities wishes to invite you to a free workshop Thursday, October the 15th at St. Patrick's Parish Hall. The event intends to better inform participants about organizing the many end-of-life issues we will all be facing, hopefully in the not near future, in the context of the dignity and well-being we and our families deserve and hope for at the end of life. It will be a day to help us look at dying as a part of celebrating our life, reflecting on those persons and things we will leave behind, and the planning necessary to keep us in control of the process as much as possible. This workshop will represent a first step in an effort the Commission is making to bring a positive discussion of issues and planning for the end of life more into the personal and public domains of the county. The Commission wishes to thank Supervisor Hanvelt for planting this idea to bring this effort up, and we look forward to the board's attendance and support in future efforts. We sincerely hope your busy schedules will permit you to attend and receive many of the fine materials designed to help you and your loved ones along this very important discussion. I have flyers for you.
Ted, can you restate that for the public so they know where this is and when it is again?
Sure. It's going to be Thursday, October the 15th. Free registration. We're asking for a $5 donation for lunch. Begins at 9 o'clock, registration at 8:30, and will continue till 4. We've got a rather interesting format. Local leaders in the county covering various aspects of this issue, and yeah, probably some pretty decent discussion going. Any questions?
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, would the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting. Oh, my mic's not working. Minutes of the meeting held September 15th, 2015. Finding that a summary of ordinances number 3282 through 3286 were published. Approving the updated class specification for the Chief Probation Officer, accepting the resignation of Joan Alfred and Adrian Seeger from the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission, and directing the clerk to send notices of appreciation and, post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation.
Okay. Any comments on the consent calendar?
Just a question. Is the PA working?
It's not.
Mine is. No, it's not.
Well, my light is on. It's just not working. So can I move your mic once in a while? You want me to reread it?
Mine's not working. Is mine
I don't
working?
Yeah, yours is working now.
Is my mic working? Public? Yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to reread it?
Go ahead.
Okay. This is minutes of the meeting held. His isn't working either. Okay. Minutes of the meeting held September 15th. That's not working either.
Not working?
Yes.
Check.
Okay, give it to me again. Are we having fun yet? Okay. So, minutes of the meeting. Is it working now? Yes. Okay. held September 15th, 2015. Finding that a summary of ordinance numbers 3283 through 3286 were published, approving the updated class specification for Chief Probation Officer, and accepting the resignation of Joan Alfred and Adrian Sear from the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission, directing the clerk to post notices of vacancy and send letters of appreciation.
Any public comment on the consent calendar? Works good now. Okay, bring it back to board for a motion.
Move on consent calendar.
Second.
We have first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item number 5?
Does mine work? Oh, it works now. Okay. Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring October 2015 Arts and Humanities Month in Tuolumne County.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? I don't know if that's on or not. And supervisors, I just wanted to say thank you again for, it's not on. I think you can probably, oh, okay. All right. Is that on? Hello? Hello? Is that better? I don't. Okay, now I feel like CNN. This is old days. I just wanted to say thank you for considering this again. We are very grateful for your support for this national and statewide resolution, so I appreciate it. And I know there were a lot of whereases on that document, but I wanted you all to know that the first one that's on there happened this last weekend. It was a huge success, and we're looking forward to continuing it next year for an art walk in Jamestown. And I'm also here today to pledge to you that this coming year we're going to really try and spread the arts throughout Tuolumne County, not just in Sonora. So most of our events are going to be in different places in the county this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any public comment on item number 5? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move in favor of the resolution.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Supervisor Hanville, a second by Supervisor Roederfer. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 6.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming October 4th through 10th, 2015 as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County.
All right.
Hi, my name's Sydney Jones. I'm in 11th grade at Somerville High School, and I'm 16 years old, and this is going to be my 8th year in 4-H and my 2nd year as an all-star.
Hello, my name is Haley Gregg, and this is my first year as an all-star and my 7th year in 4-H. I'm also a 10th grader at Sonora High School.
So this week is 4-H week for us, and we're really excited to support our program and spread some information. We also have 2 promotional events at Tractor Supply, because Tractor Supply is doing their Paper Clover campaign this month, where they ask shoppers to donate $1 to the 4-H program at checkout. We have events on October 10th and October 18th where we're going to be there to give information about our program and encourage people to donate. $4.8 million were raised through this last year, so we're really excited.
We also have a few upcoming events, such as our teen retreat for our county 4-H kids up in Camp Sylvester. We bring blankets to watch movies, and we donate the blankets afterwards to the Lambert Center. And we also do activities and teach sessions to kids about public speaking and like working together, teamwork, and everything like that. And we also have our community dinner January 16th to raise money for 4-H. We also have a cake auction there and spread awareness about 4-H.
We really appreciate all your support.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, and thank you, and congratulations on being an all-star, and thank you for all the community support. Supervisor Rutherford.
Do we need public comment on this?
Yes, I'm going to ask for public comment.
Wait then.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
You want to?
So, yeah, I just want to say a couple things real quickly because our youth are often in the news and it's not always under the best of circumstances. And here is an example of a group of young folks really doing amazing things. And you are such an inspiration, I think, in our community. And also I have to recognize all of the volunteers that make 4-H work, all of your parents. It's an incredible network of people doing really good things. And so, yes, I would like to recognize October 5th through the 11th as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County, and thank you for all the good things that you do.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you all. You're great examples of leadership in the youth community here in the county, and also thank you to the volunteers that make the cogs turn smoothly. And I would like to second the motion.
All right, we have a first and second. Any more discussion? Supervisor Hanveld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate the young ladies that presented, but I'd like to congratulate all the 4-Hers. You guys are amazing. You're a model role for citizenship and leadership, and you accomplish great things. I wish you could get national recognition. You deserve it. You are terrific, and the volunteers help you do that. So we congratulate them too. I echo everything that's been said before. You're terrific. Congratulations, and I will favor this motion certainly.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Rutherford. A call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 7.
Presentation of county services for service awards to Diane Green from the Solid Waste Department.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. I'm honored to be here this morning to present a 25-year service award to Diane Green. Diane has held various duties and jobs with the County of Tuolumne, and here to provide more detail on her career is our solid waste manager, Belinda Barlow.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Diane began her career here at the county long before I began working here. So in order to find out about her first 15 years of service, I spoke with Human Resources. What I found out is that Diane's been around longer in the county than the county has input information in PeopleSoft. I can tell you that she began her full-time permanent career with the county in October of 1990. She began working at Tuolumne General as an account clerk. She became a patient accounts representative in 2000, and in 2004 she became a healthcare IS analyst. When Tuolumne General Hospital closed in 2007, the solid waste division was advertising for a part-time solid waste worker. This position involved going all around the county and collecting the recyclables and taking them up to the recycle center. Diane was hired for this position and began her new career with the county. Within a month, Diane was promoted to a full-time position as a department support technician, and shortly thereafter became a solid waste technician. She's currently working as a solid waste technician too. Diane is now well-versed in all the nuances of recycling. She can tell you about the complicated world of plastics recycling and why certain things can go in the cart and certain things can't. She coordinates the city-county payment program, which is a state-funded program to help the county educate people in recycling within the county and in the city. And as the recycling educator, she has a very strong belief that educating the youth is very important. Last year, she worked to bring a presentation, Shows That Teach, which is a presentation about recycling and waste reduction to all the elementary schools in the county. It was very well received by the students, the teachers, and the school administrators. She also coordinates the Universal Waste Program, which is all the electronic waste and batteries and fluorescent tubes that are collected at the transfer stations. She works as a liaison between the transfer stations and the vendor that takes those wastes for recycling. She coordinates the shipments and then tracks that waste to its final destination for recycling. Diane is trained in 24-hour hazardous waste operations and emergency response and works at all of our household hazardous waste collection events. She maintains the Solid Waste Division webpage, and she's our expert on the Excel program. These are but a few of her, all the duties that she does. In order to keep this short, I'm not going into all the detail, but I will say that Diane is the most meticulous, organized person that I have ever worked with. Anyone who walks into our division and sees the binder system she created comments on the neat and organized system. She is able to handle a variety of duties and contributes immensely to the success of the Solid Waste Division, especially since we've been downsized in 2012. Diane, your work for the Solid Waste Division is greatly appreciated.
So you have to come up here.
That's the way it works.
I do want to attest to the organization part of it. I had an opportunity a while back to go down to the solid waste, I don't want to call them canisters, but the big metal things down at the old mine site, and all of the stuff was well organized on shelves. Those cleaning products were in one spot, painted the other. So I think it had something to do with that. Anyway, congratulations.
The only thing I'd like to say is I actually started in county 3.5 years prior to that when we had a central storage and mailroom. We had our own print shop here. I worked under another agency, so I have a little more than this, but I've enjoyed my time working in Tuolumne County or for Tuolumne County and serving the public.
Thank you for your service. Clerk, please read item number 8.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and Office of Emergency Services. This drought declaration is once again before you. It's not getting any better, and I do need to have your board consider renewing this proclamation. We continue to have the meetings on a monthly basis with various staff members and with ADCA. Jeff Mankey, who is their contractor, County Council is there, Rob Koslevy with Environmental Health, myself. The number of intakes has drastically decreased within the last few weeks. We're hoping maybe we've reached a saturation. We're not really sure. We did do additional outreach. You may have seen that in mymotherlode.com, and Alex did a great article for us in Union Democrat. We're not really sure where it's at. We're hoping if there are others out there who still need help that they'll contact our office at 533-5511, and we can get them the assistance that they need. We are at about 230 wells that have gone dry, and I say that I haven't had a chance to talk with Rob Koslevy yet this morning. And he's here, he's not here. We have over 330 homes that are affected, 113 tanks, and an additional 15 deliveries. So that makes about, what, 138, 140 deliveries that we're making. And that varies bi-weekly to bi-weekly. So to date, we've spent over $750,000. When I say we, that is the claims that have been put into the state of California for California Disaster Assistance Act. We do have a drought task force meeting this Thursday, and that has also dropped off. The number of participants have decreased tremendously. We do have the same members who participated consistently, and they do come in, they give us updates. We've been very, very fortunate that many of them have not experienced any types of shortages of water. State Water Board continues to participate, as does Department of Water Resources. However, today we do a Pete Campo with Lake Lake Don Pedro Community Services District. I did ask if he could give you guys an update on where they're at with what they've been experiencing, and then we're both happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good morning. It's always tough when she starts it off with a however. Here's Pete Campa. Pete Campa representing the Lake Don Pedro Community Services District. I have actually nothing but good news to report from the South County area. We have, although Lake McClure is at record lows, it is at 605 feet above sea level, which is about where it was in February of last year, and it is continuing to drop because there's about 238 acre feet per day going out, and for 3 months there has been zero inflow. One of the first times in history that the Merced River has not at least had a few cubic feet per second of documentable water. So anyway, it's a very different situation. We have 45 feet of water under our pumps currently, and if we didn't get any rain at all, we should have at least a few months of supply in Lake McClure. But one problem occurs when you have El Nino, the other side of the equation. If we have heavy rains, even though I'm telling people El Nino doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get a lot of precipitation here, we could see really terrible turbidities in the lake, and we could have unusable water. So we could have 45 feet of water that for a period of a few days we can't use. So we're happy to report that the 3 wells that we're developing have been very successful. We've gone through very, very extensive testing after drilling 13 different locations. 2 of those were in Tuolumne County. Both of those wells we had to step back from because they were salt water. For whatever reason, high salt and low productivity. So the wells that we're developing are all in Mariposa County, hundreds of feet from the county line. Really interesting. But we have well number 2 is funded 100% by Department of Water Resources and State Water Board grants because of the help of your staff and this board's declaration. Really been helpful in getting us money. Medina, well, we call it Medina because we purchased property from the Medinas. It's adjacent to our treatment plant. We really didn't want to buy 17 acres of land, but we're glad that we did because now we've drilled a second well on that property. The well that was existing there produces about 85 gallons a minute. And when I say 85 gallons a minute, it's confirmed 6-month capacity with no significant impact on drawdown. Okay, so we did extensive testing, checking the well's interconnectivity over a 15-day period, and extensive pump testing. So we've got 2 wells on that 17-acre Medina property. One of them is 85 gallons a minute, and the other one is 120. The second one we drilled was 120. And again, we feel very confident that those have a 6-month safe yield being pumped around the clock. So, and that was, that well number 5 that we're calling it was recently funded by a DWR grant from back in 1988, Prop 81. And so we got $400,000 for that. So we are basically fully funded. The district has had to upfront that money. We're approaching about $650,000 that we've put into it, but we're seeing reimbursements now, so we're on the upside. And I'll tell you, it's been a lot of work, but we have now, with the 3 new wells plus our existing well, we can meet the demand that we had this year because our customers reduced an average of 50% from March through September. Actually 61% when you compare it to 2013. So anyway, good news. I think we're in good shape. We will be installing devices to monitor the condition of those wells continuously so that there's no impact, hopefully.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Campa? Keep up the good work. Go ahead, Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I got a question for Tracy. So, not to imply that we're ready to come out of this. But one of the thoughts that's been running around in my head, bouncing off the walls, is that these are all this stuff that we're doing for dry wells is temporary. What's the roadmap to get them out of the temporary status once we start getting out of the emergency?
So, excellent segue. Thank you. We do, right now, as you know, we've already connected about 37 homes to 12 utilities districts. That's a permanent fix, permanent as long as, of course, they have water. We also right now are working on another 43 homes that have the potential to be connected. For those who have no other alternative but a well, what we began drafting 2 weeks ago and we worked on again yesterday was we will begin sounding each of their wells right within the next few weeks to begin getting a baseline for where is their current water level. Then they will go out on a consistent basis and continue sounding those, especially as we hopefully start seeing some type of water systems coming through, weather systems, to see are we seeing any type of recharge. To be honest, I don't know what we'll do if the governor ends his funding and we still have those without water. We will be working together with your board to figure out how do we offer any type of assistance. I haven't heard that the governor is looking at ending this program right now, but we were told originally that we could expect it would run through the end of the fiscal year. We do have some individuals who are able to use their wells a little bit here and there. We do recommend that they do use them periodically, just a couple of times a month so that they keep everything running. But we are looking at a system now is where we can start a consistent way to look at what is the static water level, if any, in each of those wells, and are we seeing any recharge as we go into these fall and winter months. And right now that's the plan. We have not started, but we have a sounder and the contractor will be getting within the next week to go out and start doing that.
Is there any plans of looking at the possibility of drilling new wells on these properties?
There could be. Some homeowners just can't afford it. So
That's where I get back to the possible availability of funds to.
The California Disaster Assistance Act will not allow for that. I don't know of any other. However, we continue to push for any other alternative that may be available to assist with that. There was a loan program. It was about $15,000. That has been exhausted. However, as we know, $15,000 definitely helps. It just is not going to pay for a well for a brand new well for a family. But that's been exhausted. We're hoping that and pushing that they will renew that funding source so that maybe we can help those who don't have the ability or the savings to pay for it right out of their own checking accounts.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a comment.
As far as the hand vote?
So I'd like to just summarize for the public. It seems like the frequency of new well failures has declined, but they're still out there because the number you gave is a little higher than the memo. We don't know anything about, any reliable data anyway, about what the potential for recovery is. We're monitoring that. So this isn't, and besides the good news that Mr. Campa brought, which is nice, that South County we're holding our own. This is not a time to relax. It's a time to maintain our due diligence and vigilance and conserve water. It's a problem, and it will be until there's real data that says it isn't.
You're correct. That's exactly a great summary. I did participate, some of you or many of you know, I was at the California Emergency Services Association meeting last week, and we didn't know we were a keynote speaker, but we'd been asked to speak on drought along with Tulare County. There was two individuals. They were Michelle Mead with National Weather Service, who has come up to our county and provided multiple presentations on weather, as well as Department of Water Resources, Michael Anderson. They did a fantastic job of explaining the history of how did we get from the weather where we are and the impacts that it's had on our agriculture and the availability of water. They also have done a great job, and I think I forwarded to you a short video in which they explain that El Nino is not a weather system. It's simply a warming of the water and really doesn't mean anything. We just don't know what we might be getting. If anything, it does tend to be warmer, so we all know that means it could be less snowpack, but we don't know. So yes, we are encouraging everyone continue to conserve, remembering that last year this is the year that time of year that we began first getting all of the reports of dry wells, and we did not even place the first tank until December 24th. So we are thinking that there's still individuals out there who are making do. They don't know about the program, and we're hoping that we can reach out to them and offer assistance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, just a comment. The board was good enough to provide some direction to go ahead and hire some additional help in our office. We have Ethan in our office, and there's another environmental health position that was approved. And despite this lull, I mean, it's still happening. As Supervisor Hanvelt said, the demand, is less than it was. We're still looking, having those people work on the wells. We're shifting Ethan in our office a little more towards the tree mortality thing, and I don't want to get into the next item, but there's plenty of things to do for him. And environmental health, they besides from still working through these well issues, they are down-staffed and anticipating some leave coming up, and we're giving direction to proceed. And I'm just making sure you know that, because that's an area that it's a high demand on Mr. Koslevy's time when these things are happening. I know the board has been very clear. They want to make sure those dashboard reports, as far as meeting the needs of new development, are kept up. So we are proceeding with that, and I want to make sure you know that we are proceeding. This could the number of wells, if it does go down, could affect the reimbursement that we have for those positions. They are grant funded, so they're not ongoing. But I wanted to make sure your board knew we are proceeding with those resources.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Any public comment? Okay. All right, so we need to have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt the resolution continuing the local state of emergency due to the drought.
Second.
We have a first by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 10, please. Yeah, we could do 9 first.
Okay. Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the pervasive tree mortality.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and Office of Emergency Services. I will be excited one day when I come before you with really, really good news. Unfortunately, today's not that day.
Is tomorrow looking better?
We're pushing for it. So the item before you, as you know, your board approved a proclamation for a state of emergency for tree mortality. And because it's required to be reviewed and renewed or terminated every 30 days, we're bringing there was more than 30 days between the last one and if I'd gone a full to the second meeting of the month. So here I am asking you to review the need to renew this proclamation. Because as you know, we had the Butte fire, and a lot of resources were shifted from focusing on this to focusing on the Butte fire and supporting Calaveras County in what they're experiencing, especially now as they go into the recovery phase. So I will defer to Mr. Pedro to talk about the task force and where we're going with that. I still, as a result, there was a flyover that you may remember. Adam Freese had indicated that there was a new flyover that they were working on the coastal counties and areas first. They would work to the Central Sierras after that. So I don't have new information. I don't even know if they've had time to work on that with everything else that's been going on, but we will find out. In the meantime, I'll defer to Mr. Pedro to talk about the task force and the plans for that.
Yeah. Well, Tracy's correct. The Butte fire kind of set us back because you can imagine all the players that were involved in our task force have been engaged. We have had opportunity to actually just yesterday to go down and meet face to face with folks from Ultra Power, and got to talk about their proposal in depth. We had Tracy, Daniel, and myself down there to talk with them about that. Had a good discussion, clarification of what they can or cannot do. It always makes you nervous though when people look at you and say, I'm glad we don't have this job. Trying to figure out how to pull this together and come up with an operational plan that will work, that we can also have a reasonable means of financing. But we're still up to the challenge. We will just re-engage as soon as we can with those players. But the Forest Service, Cal Fire, even as the board well knows, some of the key SBI folks have been impacted, and I know that Adam has been just immersed in this. So we need those players in order to advance. They're key to making the thing work. We did meet. I might have reported last time. We did meet with the Fire Safe Council, both 108 and Yosemite Fire Safe Council, SWIFT representatives. They're very interested in participating and potentially taking a leadership role. Anyone who takes this on as a key leadership role, though, is going to require some staffing in order to do it. And we're talking about of a forester type background. This isn't someone like from our office, but we need someone who's a forester who can dedicate time to it. The Fire Safe Council folks are, of course, very knowledgeable, very committed, but believe all but one that I'm aware of are retired, and they will need assistance. So when I say things like that, I've got to find a way to fund that. So the whole thing we need to figure out a financial plan to go with it. So I'm just talking about parts and pieces, but as soon as we get people back available, we will get on it. We are getting a lot of phone calls, as I know you undoubtedly are, from constituents, and we know we want to put an operational plan to try and address this stuff head on.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've gotten, actually, not just from constituents, I've gotten some correspondence, phone calls from other agencies asking, kind of what the county's going to do about this problem, obviously. And I think it's important for the public to understand that the magnitude of this problem is such that the county in and of itself is never going to solve it. Okay, and I think that all the public agencies, all the private agencies out there need to be doing their part. Caltrans needs to address the mortality issues in proximity to their corridor, their state highways. I think that obviously utilities need to protect their own assets and everything. It's not going to be up to the county to do that. So our focus, in my view anyway, needs to be on those areas that we're responsible for, and to put to coordinate with those other agencies and make sure that they're doing their part as well. This is huge, and it's going to take cooperation of all those groups out there to make it work.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I've also gotten a lot of phone calls and some correspondence, and in your district, Mr. Thornton got up last meeting and commented about his situation. He's contacted me and said it is worsening, which it's doing every day. I had the occasion to go to a conference of San Joaquin Valley Regional Association of California Counties in Mariposa County, and drove through Madera County. I think our situation looks really bad over there. And I said really bad because I would have ordinarily said terrible, but theirs is a magnitude worse. It is really ugly. I don't think I could even conservatively estimate the number of dead trees, and that just huge swaths of dead trees, stands of them that are gone. So it's an immense problem. We're not going to get out of it in a short time. I did have a conversation with a local tree faller, and he talked about 20 trees in someone's yard close proximity to the house, and he mentioned $30,000 to take down those trees. I'm just saying that so that everybody has a benchmark that this is not cheap. Mr. Olenchek's in the office, and I know that I don't remember the number, I think you said you took out 170 or something on that order of magnitude, and you have more to take out. Old Oak Ranch, and they were right there where the Oak Fire was. It got into those stands of dead trees. I hate to think what had happened. So it's a public safety issue that is huge, huge. And if you have the wherewithal to take them down, you need to take them down. And those that don't, we got to find a way to help where we can in the most. We're going to have to pick and choose. I hate to say this, but we're going to have to pick and choose the most serious areas, and where they impact utilities and highways and things like that, obviously, because that's transportation and evacuation routes and public safety issues. We're going to have to focus on those. This is a tough problem. But I'm glad we're at least talking about it, facing up to it, and getting the parties together. It's a big deal.
John?
Sherry?
Tracy, is the city participating in the group discussion?
They haven't to this point, but they will be invited.
Okay.
And keep in mind, we've only had one stakeholders meeting of the of an initial group.
Sure. I just want to be sure they're invited because I have had city constituents also reach out, very concerned about the dead oak problem, and so I just want to be sure they have an invitation.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the board? Supervisor Hanville?
Yeah, I have one more thought, and that is where people have these dead trees, and I'm looking at Ms. Shane, and from our policies and our open space, all these kinds of things we do, we need to find ways to cooperate with these people so that if they can take them down, we can help them do that. And we need to streamline any process there is to make it happen. So I'm just throwing that out so you can think about it at least.
Okay, any other comments? Any more public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve the resolution continuing the local state of emergency due to the pervasive tree mortality issue.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Handvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we can do 10.
Consideration
Is this good news?
Consideration of approving correspondence to state and federal legislators and advocacy groups related to tree mortality.
Okay.
All right. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, Office of Emergency Services. On the dais, we handed out to you a stack of letters that we are asking your consideration to approve sending out to various state and federal legislators. The top one, as it was included in your memo, was to Governor Brown. And in that, just like within our resolution, we are asking him not only to proclaim a state of emergency, but also to provide resources, whether that come in financial and or in coordination of resources. So it goes, none of this is new for you, reiterating some of what we are experiencing, what the Central Sierra is experiencing. What is new on the letter, that is a whole bunch of CCs, ranging from the Cal OES Director, Mark Ghilarducci, all of the state and federal legislators, including Senator Boxer, Senator Feinstein, Congressman McClintock, Assembly Member Frank Bigelow, and am I missing some? Also NACO, CSAC, RCRC, and trying to think, I think I have that one, the new one in front of me. What you will also notice, the letters that you have that are on the dais right now are all very similar. The letter that was written to the governor was the base letter that was used to move forward for the others. Even though they've been CC'd, some of them are different. You will see Senator Berryhill, we are thanking him in the beginning for his proactive approach to this issue. You know, as I sent out to you, I think it was the week before last, that he's already sent a letter to the governor, I believe it was on September 25th, requesting that he proclaim a state of emergency. When I called their office, they did not have a copy of our declaration, so I made sure they had it. They amended their press release immediately and included ours along with Madera, Mariposa, and Fresno counties. Those counties are also included as CCs on the letter to the governor seeking his support. You will notice on Senator Feinstein and Senator Boxer and Congressman McClintock, I've included information related to Hetch Hetchy. Last week I had conversations with Dan Lair, who is their general manager there, and what they've been doing, they've been removing hundreds of trees to try and protect their infrastructure. What they've had to do in order to pay for that is other projects have been put on hold. So information related to that conversation has been inserted in those federal legislators so that they realize that that infrastructure could be at risk as well as we look at moving forward through the tree mortality. I'm trying to think if there is anything else. I'm more than happy to take any comments, if there's any changes you would like us to make.
Supervisor Brennan.
I would just ask that you also CC Tulare County. I was talking to a couple of their supervisors at RCRC and know that they are going to be pushing forward on this also.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, Nitnoy. I can't help myself. On Congressman McClintock, Senator Boxer's, and Senator Feinstein's letters, it's a common mistake for all three. In the fourth line, I believe that there's an extra or between seeks a gubernatorial proclamation. So if you can just correct that. But yep.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Just for the personal side, I've talked to a number of tree removal people, and they just don't have the capacity to get out there and get it all done. I did talk to one of the fallers for Hetch Hetchy, said they're dying faster than they can take them down, and so we have a magnitude of a problem that is so large that we just need some help, and hopefully they will listen to us. Any other comment? Any public comment? Can I bring it back to the board to approve the letters?
I'll move approval of correspondence to state, federal legislators and advocacy groups related to tree mortality with noted changes.
Okay, we have a first, looking for a second. Supervisor Hanveld had the second. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. And goodbye.
Can we declare a special meeting when she has good news?
Yes. Some good news. Okay, item 11.
Supervisor, based on Government Code 87-100, I need to recuse myself from this item. I serve on the
Okay.
RAC committee.
Mr. Richardson.
Okay, consideration of adopting the 2015 Resource Advisory Committee project funding list.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Today we're not adopting the Resource Advisory Committee list. We're merely acknowledging that a list of projects was adopted under the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act. The Tuolumne-Mariposa County Resource Advisory Committee did adopt a list of projects for funding totaling just over $90,000. Some of these projects are similar to those of prior years. There are a couple of new things I want to highlight. Let me just go through each of them. We're having a community chipping program being run by the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. Once again, we're funding the Tuolumne County Forestry Institute for Teachers, which educates teachers from around the state about forestry techniques. Very popular. And we're also continuing funding of the Summer of Success Youth Employment Project, where we employ youth from high schools about natural resource type items. They do trail maintenance, noxious weed abatement, and other type of projects. We also funded some interpretive panels that would be located at the rim of the world that would highlight the rim fire and other. There would also be some portable panels that you'd be able to take to conventions and other places to highlight fire prevention. We're also replacing some wildlife troughs out in the forest that would help those. Could be cattle, could be bats, all kinds of different wildlife would benefit from them. Also improving a mountain night evacuation route that is currently impassable by anything but by a four-wheel drive vehicle. So we have a good, I think a good diversified list of projects. Unfortunately, there's always a little bit of bad news, and while this is good news, we're able to fund these. We only have one more year of Secure Rural Schools funding available, and so we're hopeful that we'll get a long-term bill at some point to make sure this funding continues.
Okay, any questions? Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, looking at this and thinking about the last couple of items, one of the problems we have is there's not funding sources to deal with the beetle issue. One of the solutions that was discussed was, and I think it was mentioned the last couple meetings, was a transfer facility where people that are trying to dispose of this material could have a place to take it and then maybe haul it from there in bulk to some of the industry locations. I think the biggest problem I hear with the beetle issue from the tree folks is they don't have anywhere to take this stuff. A lot of the slash and stuff they do, but not the bigger stuff. And so, you know, these things that are listed here, these projects are all good things, but I think most of them on my list wouldn't rank as high as the beetle issue. Is there a way that we could reconsider these things and include something potentially, or reserve this before we make this decision, at least look into it and see if this could be utilized for something like that?
The answer really is no at this point, because this list has already been approved. You are not an approval body.
So the RAC is the one that...
The RAC is they are approved by Congress, and we are just merely an acknowledging body. The Board of Supervisors sets aside this money when it sets its percentage rates. You usually do that in the fall of each year, and the RAC is the actual decision-making body in this case.
So what are we doing?
We're recognizing
You're
the
acknowledging
projects.
Sounds like a waste of time.
Actually, the recommendation is to accept the list.
You're accepting the list that's been adopted.
What if we don't?
It's already been submitted to the forester at the state level.
Okay.
This is informational on a decision your board previously made on allocating these funds to the RAC. You could send direction to next year saying, we'd like to see more projects in
Too late for that now.
Yeah.
And secure rural schools might be gone, so...
You
All right.
have one more year of funding left on this.
I tried.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Look, I don't want the conversation to go negative on all this, because there's all of these projects are really good things. That Forestry Institute for Teachers called the FIT program is amazing. It's absolutely amazing what it does in terms of taking teachers, particularly teachers outside the rural mountain counties, and teaching them the importance. And we need to evangelize a little our situation up here so that the urban and suburban counties do, in fact, understand the link between forest and water and public safety and the things that go on here. And that program does that. It's been very successful. I've attended portions of it. And so I think there's a lot of good things here. I do not want to diminish the importance of any of the things the RAC team put together here. It's a good thing, and I move we accept this list.
Right. Any public comment? Seeing none.
Second.
Supervisor, excuse me, Mr. Pedro.
Sorry. No, I was just going to comment. Supervisor Royce mentioned, the issue of where do we take the trees. When we had that first stakeholders meeting and then the follow-up meeting with the Fire Safe Council, same thing with the Ultra Power folks. Everyone sees the same need, but at the time they put together their projects to go ahead and fall the trees and whatnot, they'll look at it, like a harvest plan of sorts, and they'll know the trees that will go that have the high market value that could go directly to SBI, and the idea would be take them directly there, no staging, directly there, so you can get them in the stacks, get the water on them and so forth, and then try to determine the quantity that can go to places like the wood shavings plant. And then that's the whole thing with the Ultra Power also, is that things could be taken directly down there and not have to be staged. But having said that, it was recognized in those discussions that we may have some preliminary staging areas in different areas of the county, but that was the discussion that we had just started to have. But just to add to what Evan's saying, that the fire safe folks and the foresters that were involved are thinking the same way.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Bring it back. I believe we had a first by Supervisor Hanveld, a second by Rodefer. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. 401. Oh, I'm
Sherry
sorry.
recused herself.
Sherry, you can come back now. 0. 4-0. 4-0. Okay. Don't leave again. You confused me. Easily done. Next item.
Consideration of directing staff to comment on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, California Water Fix, particularly recirculating draft environmental impact report, supplemental draft environmental impact statement.
Mr. Richardson.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I'm not sure how to summarize this. What Mr. Marr just read is lengthy in just trying to title. This is the Twin Tunnels project that has been proposed by the Governor and the Water Board to divert water around the Delta through tunnels that would move the water south and hopefully return flows in the Delta to more natural flows. This has, according to what is reported in the Delta plan, it will improve flows, natural flows. It'll help things for the fish. It will help keep salinity out of the Delta. Our concern, while those are all good things, what is the impact on Tuolumne County? And while it's difficult to see, actually read in the plan, how are upstream counties protected in this plan, what they try to state is that there is negligible impact on the upstream counties. I think what Tuolumne County's letter should state is making sure, give us some sort of assurance that we will not be impacted, particularly our reservoirs, the drawdown of the reservoirs, as we've already seen, in trying to maintain fish flows to the Delta during the drought period. We are today. We need to start to put together our talking points we want to put into this letter. We need to adopt a letter no later than October 30th, which would mean our next meeting October 20th. So our purpose today is to take comments.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. In my short tour running around water, I've learned a lot about the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. I'm not sure I know a lot, but at least I've learned a lot. It's interesting that the peripheral delivery system was part of the original plan for the State Water Project, and that portion of it never got completed, and that's decades ago. Yeah. So this is an attempt to remedy that, and I think it's useful for us to remind ourselves that this isn't some pipe dream that somebody just dreamed up recently. This is a remedy for a part of the project that never got completed. And I think that rather than attack the tunnels or challenge the tunnels or whatever we want, I think we need to focus on what you said, Daniel, which is what are the effects on us? Okay, I think there's certainly some beneficial aspects for the Delta, and one thing that we don't want to do is what a lot of other people do, which is in other parts of the state, which is it's all about me and my area. I think we need to recognize the importance of the Delta and that the health and the importance of the health of the ecosystem there, and focus on those things that are impacts to us. Okay, we don't want to be the sacrificial lamb on this thing. And I also think that when we do that, we enhance our position, the strength of our position, greatly, the more that we take a regional view of this. So I think that our view ought to be what is the impact of the proposal on the whole San Joaquin River watershed, okay? Because then we draw in the Stanislaus, not just the Stanislaus and the Tuolumne, but we draw in the Merced and the Fresno and all of the other rivers that feed the San Joaquin watershed and all the people that are impacted by that. My concern has always been, and I don't know if it's justified, but nobody's told me that it's not. But my concern is how do you take copious amounts of water out of the northern or the Sacramento River system, prevent them from flowing into the Delta, and then you got to replace it from somewhere. So if it doesn't come out of the Sacramento, it's going to have to come out of the San Joaquin or the American. So what we need to be assured of is that we're not going to destroy the ecosystem of the San Joaquin River tributaries in order to enhance the health of the Delta. Because as important as the Delta is, the health of the San Joaquin watershed is just as important, as are all the watersheds. I mean, I'm not saying we're more important than anybody else. So I think that that's the nature of our comments, and that's the nature of our approach that we ought to take. I think it gives us the strongest arguing position or debating position, if you will, or commenting position, by including that entire San Joaquin River watershed. And I think it's a balanced approach. Okay, if you want to build the tunnels, can you guarantee us that it's not going to drain the San Joaquin uphill reservoirs, some of the things that you talked about? But let's take a regional view of that. And that's my comment.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I generally agree with with Supervisor Roadford. There are a couple of things that concern me about the peripheral delivery system. In years of plenty, I don't think it's an issue. But in years of drought, like we have now, it becomes an issue. So, the operating rules on this system become an issue. There are backflow issues in the Delta in the current system, and that does cause some problems. And there are a multitude of other issues that I think aren't being dealt with. So I think we need to suggest that the operating rules need to be aligned to protect the watersheds that support the system in the process. It's not possible with the data we have to do quantitative analysis. We can't afford to do it anyway. They supposedly did that, but I'm not sure they've considered all the issues. So I think Supervisor Roadford has a really good approach.
Any other comment? Any public comment? I just want to add that, we don't need something in place that's going to drain our reservoirs. Simply put, they're important to us for multiple of reasons. So that's where I think we need to stress our interest. Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, just one final comment, and that is that I think that it's really important that when we deal with environmental issues, that we don't allow people to be myopic. Okay, we saw it a little bit this last year on the Melones Reservoir and Lake Tulloch. We're spending, I have no idea how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water to save 4 or 5 fish, and what are we doing to the ecosystem up here? Okay, so that's kind of the approach. Is we believe in protecting the Delta, but we also believe that it needs to be balanced against protecting the foothills, the ecosystem up here as well. So, and there's no need for a motion, is there?
No. Do you have enough direction?
Yeah, no, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any more public comment on this matter? Seeing none. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of canceling the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting on December 1st, 2015, and providing direction on whether or not to schedule a special meeting in its place.
Mr. Pedro?
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I actually moved this item up after talking to one of your members, just thinking about everyone's got to get their calendar set and planned. So I moved this up a meeting. But we do have a conflict with the December 1, your regular scheduled December 1 board meeting with CSAC. We traditionally cancel that meeting, and that's one thing that your board really needs to do is to cancel that meeting. But it also points out that if we do nothing else, you're going to have a 4-week gap as far as any ability to get business accomplished. So I've given you 3 options here to consider. All of them have issues, with them. So November 24th, you could do that Tuesday, but it points out that many participants are going to be off that week since that's Thanksgiving weekend, but just to raise it. You could do a meeting on Monday, November 30th. There's a couple of that's the day prior to the start of the CSAC annual conference and also the annual Aqua conference, and that's typically a travel day to those conferences. We could mitigate that by limiting it to only the morning so that if there's some matters of import, we could get things done in the morning and still have time to travel. There's also Tuesday, December 8th. That does conflict with a couple of your internal board committee meetings, which could be canceled readily enough. But
Rescheduled.
Reschedule, excuse me. Yes, sir. Got to stay on our toes. But the bigger problem is, when would your staff have a chance to even prepare the items that would go on that agenda? Because you'd have the two preceding weeks, got Thanksgiving and then CSAC conference, for many. So that's difficult, because just have time to prepare agenda material for that meeting. So of those three, probably that Monday and limited to a morning session only would be the best. But that's up for your board to decide, because you travel and so forth.
Supervisor Hanville.
Well, you just said that people are on vacation. The week before, people will be gone. It's November 24th of Thanksgiving week. November 30th is the first day after Thanksgiving. I'm not sure how that works. I think December 8th is the best date, and we reschedule natural resources and solid waste. I think that's the least of all negative impacts.
That's for you to decide. That's why I'm giving you options.
Any other comment? Clerk?
I just wanted to note that I will be at CSAC, that conference, that week, and so will Christina. And we will not have time to prepare unless we do it 2 weeks in advance. And that's looking at the Thanksgiving weekend to prepare for that day, for posting, preparing the materials, and all that. So I just wanted to keep that in mind.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, so with your ever omniscient CAO's crystal ball, what are we looking at for an agenda? I mean, what if we do 4 weeks?
I did not bring my projected future agendas, but there are a number of items that you do in the run-up to a new fiscal year.
You mean calendar year?
Yes, calendar. Yeah, your calendar year that could be done, because what's going to also happen is you only have one regular meeting in December, and there's usually kind of a crush of business, in there, so we could get some of those items out of the way. There's a potential important recruitment that could be going on about that time, and that gives an opportunity for appointment if that advances speedily.
We don't have to meet on a Tuesday. We could meet a special meeting on a Thursday.
That's true.
Couldn't we?
Absolutely.
Towards the middle of the month, and take care of those items?
Well, the middle of the month, you already have a meeting. If we're talking December, you have December 15, right? I don't have that up there, but I believe December 15 is, we could load everything into the 15th. If there's something urgent that needs to be acted upon, we could also just call a special meeting, running the risk of not having all 5, but having 3.
I think we go 4 weeks, and we accept the fact that the 15th might be a very, very long meeting. I don't see a good time for staff on any of them. I just don't.
I agree.
I agree. So the 15th, expect a long meeting. If there's something that needs to be done, we could call a special meeting for that particular item.
Right.
Is that okay with everyone? That work?
That works. But
Okay.
you'd still need to take action to cancel your regular December 1 meeting.
So moved.
So we have a motion and a
Second.
second. Any public comment on canceling that meeting? Seeing none, call for the vote. All is in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Just one last comment, and that is we need to be cognizant that we probably will have to reaffirm our declarations of emergency in our very next meeting, last meeting in November, to make sure they last.
Okay. 13A.
This is as the Board of Supervisors, and it's consideration of approving correspondence in support of the Warren Act contract from the Bureau of Reclamation and New Maloney's Reservoir.
Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have a Warren Act contract that's being proposed to support the Calaveras County Water District an application to store water in New Melones Reservoir. And this is an action which the Congress needs to support. And we have a reason to support, well, if the board chooses, to potentially support this Warren Act contract proposal. This would allow them to store water in New Melones and make it available for either their use or for the use of other entities. And it could be, or for in-stream purposes such as fish flows. Those three potential purposes. And so why Tuolumne County, why would we want to use it, is the potential in the future, if we could access that water through an agreement with Calaveras County, this water would be potentially available. So we have a letter, a proposed letter that Supervisor Rotifer with Mr. Mills has helped prepare for your consideration and support of this.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah. Just in way of explanation, it's kind of laid out in the letter, but I don't think anybody really had a chance to read it ahead of time.
I certainly read it.
Okay. What this allows, right now, Calaveras County Water District has water rights pre-1914 and post-1914 in Spicer Lake, and that's how they service their water district, and also provide water to the City of Angels and also Murphy's. What they want to do is they don't have any right to take water out of Melones. Once they release it from Spicer, it goes into the Melones system. So without asking for additional water rights, which they're not, what they propose is under the Warren Act, you can basically create a water bank in some body of water, federal body of water, federally managed body of water, and in this case it's Melones. What this will allow them to do is to release water from Spicer without losing ownership of it and store it in Melones. They are allocating 35% of that to fish flows and other environmental purposes, I assume in hopes of sweetening the pot to get their legislation through. This is going to Senator Feinstein for her to carry the mail through the Congress, and they have asked us for our support. What our interests, I think, and they're asking for our support from both the Board of Supervisors and the Water Agency, and I think what our interests in both situations are is that currently TUD has pumps in Melones. They're not in a great state of repair right now because of the drought and some issues that have happened as a result of that. One being they were buried in mud for a while. But those are TUD's long-term interests are to resurrect those pumps. They have been used in the past to pump water into Matlow Reservoir and service the Columbia ditch system, or go through the Columbia water treatment plant and service the ditch system out of there, and also their own treated water. During times when the ditch outage, PG&E does a ditch outage for maintenance and repair. So they don't have rights to any water in Melones. We won't discuss necessarily how they've been getting water out of Melones, but this would allow for them to have access to CCWD-rated water during those situations. It would also significantly increase our resiliency, because if in the hopefully unlikely event that the main canal would go down, we could relieve topside pressure on water demand in the TUD system by purchasing water from CCWD and taking it out and running it through Matlow and through what I've already described to service the lower side of TUD system. Additionally, if we needed additional water, we could also purchase that from CCWD and bring it out of Melones. And that Columbia system, the real key to it is the fire attack base at Columbia. So it really provides us a lot of flexibility, especially in times of drought, but any time in terms of providing water for firefighting out of that air attack base. So I think it's really in the best interest of the county. It's certainly in the best interest of our water agency to support this. It doesn't cost us anything right now in terms of, we're not losing anything out of this. I think it's a win-win for us and CCWD. So I encourage my colleagues to support it.
Okay, any other board comment? Any public comment? Bring it back to the Supervisor Pedro.
Supervisor Pedro?
Excuse me, Mr. Pedro.
No, I just wanted to make a comment. I mentioned this to Daniel because I had just a chance to glance at this. I think it's great, having the letter. When I read it, it seemed, though, very Tuolumne County centric versus the more regional aspects that you were speaking to. I just thought I should mention it. That it seems like we could still speak, first the principle of protecting the headwater community, water storage needs and uses, and that's a term that I know that Aqua, has used, and then support the contract for potential regional use and resilience. I like that word, but for both both Calaveras and Tuolumne, same kind of uses, be it domestic, ag, whatever. We can throw in the extra thing about the fire attack base, for Tuolumne County, but it just struck me it was more about Tuolumne County than.
Well, actually, the air attack base is regional.
I get it.
They'll fight fires out of there in Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and Amador. So.
I get it. Just I don't know. It struck me as being more Tuolumne County-ish than regional, including Calaveras. Hardly mentioned Calaveras' potential uses. So that's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Chairman, I've got no problem. I fully support sending all these letters to support our neighbor, and it's in our best interest as well as theirs, but it's a regional thing. I agree. And if Mr. Peter wants to redraft for this afternoon, I'm more than willing to take a look at it this afternoon and look at a redraft, but I think we need to do it.
Yeah, if you could think of some verbiage to include in there to make it more regional, we can bring it back at 1:30.
Whatever the board would like. Let's do that during lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's fair enough.
You didn't have anything else to do over lunch like heat, did you?
Nah.
Okay, so we'll bring that back at 1:30, and because of that, maybe we want to do the
Can
next
we say
one
later in the day?
later in the day.
Okay.
Or instead of 1:30, later in the day. That would be item 13B.
Also.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have time to do 14 before 10:30? Okay. 10:30. Excuse me, item 14.
This is Mike's not working again. Can I use that? Okay. It is working. Okay. Consideration of waiving the minor irregularities of the bid proposal awarding the contract to Chester Ross Construction Co. for the Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project and reducing appropriations from the contingency fund by $522,306 and increase appropriations in the road fund capital project Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction line item in the same amount.
Miss Allen, we should know this one by heart, shouldn't we?
Good morning, Chairman. Members of the board, Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. On September 1st, your board approved the plan specifications and bid book for the Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project. The engineer's estimate was $1.2 million, and on September 24th, 2 bids were received. Those following bids were from George Reed Incorporated out of Modesto, California for $1,012,949, and Chester Bross Construction Company out of Hannibal, Missouri for $798,128. All estimates are based on competitive bidding. Since we received 2 bids not within 10% of the engineer's estimate, a bid analysis was performed, which included the examination of unit bid prices for reasonable conformance with the engineer's estimate cost prices. The results were found. The unit price for hot mix asphalt type A for Caltrans 2014 cost data for District 10 on average is $87 per ton. County cost data is $100 per ton, and the engineer's estimate was $100 per ton. Bids ranged from 83 to 93 per ton. This resulted in a decrease in cost of $124,000. Full depth reclamation. Contract costs aren't available in Caltrans cost data. However, our design consultant provided a unit cost based on their historic data. The engineer's estimate was $10.50 per square yard, and bids ranged from $5.25 to $7.50 per square yard. The result is a decrease in cost of $104,000. As noted above, the lowest bid is under the engineer's estimate by $406,139. Staff has been coordinating with TUD on this project, and however, TUD just recently submitted to the county that they are proposing a 5-year capital improvement plan to their board. Associated with this plan is a rate study that recommends changes to the water and sewer rates in order to fund proposed projects. One of those projects, which is rated as a high priority and would potentially be constructed in 2016, is to replace 5,000 lineal feet of a 4-inch sewer force main along the northbound lane of Parrots Ferry Road from Gold Street to Gold Spring subdivision just past our project. The following options have been formulated for your board's consideration for proceeding with Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project while preventing the potential damage associated with the TUD sewer project. Your board may wish to reject all bids and rebid after TUD's project becomes funded and completed. At this time, the TUD staff anticipates construction of that project in 2016. However, the project could be delayed. The risk the county faces with this option is that bids could come in higher in the future. The current bid provides a cost savings of approximately $400,000, which could fund other road improvement projects. Your board also may wish to award the contract and proceed with the project as originally proposed. Or the last option, your board may wish to proceed with the reconstruction of Parrots Ferry Road and reduce the thickness of the hot mix asphalt from 5 inches to 3.5 inches at this time. The final 1.5 inch overlay of hot mix asphalt could be installed after TUD completes its sewer project and provide a smooth surface that would protect the integrity of the road that's just been reconstructed. A benefit: after the completion of TUD's project, the county could issue a call for bids with a thin overlay for the remaining 1.5 inches of hot mix asphalt, and these bids could be combined with the rescope of Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project, adding more tonnage for that project, making it more competitive in our region. County Council has reviewed the bids submitted by Chester Ross Construction Company and has determined that if your board chooses to award, it would be necessary to waive the minor irregularities of the listing of the wrong DIR number for the subcontractor Chris Company and the mathematical error associated with line 7 in the bid. Chester Boss has its headquarters is in Hannibal, Missouri. However, they have a sister office in Valley Springs, which has been proposed that we would be working with that office, and they were also the contractor that performed the Lime Kiln Road reconstruction project. So it is recommended that your board that you waive the minor irregularities, award the contract in the amount of $798,128 to Chester Ross Construction Company to perform the work as shown in the plan, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1686 Parrots Ferry Road Reconstruction Project, authorizing the board chair to sign the contract and reduce the appropriations from the contingency fund of $522,306 and increasing the appropriations to the road fund capital projects Parrots Ferry Road Reconstruction by the same amount. Now we do have Eric Johnson here as a representative from TUD to help explain more about their capital program and where they're going with that.
Okay.
One quick question.
Yes, and my recommendation is that third option to not do that last lift of hot mix
in order to work together on this project.
One question: if we took your recommendation, when would the work be done?
Immediately after TUD's project, they have committed, and I think I'll have Eric talk to you about that.
Yeah, that'd be good. Eric, could you come forward and give us some input?
Good morning. My name is Eric Johnson, District Engineer with TUD. First off, I want to say I think you guys have a very competent, professional, and hardworking staff. I know they're putting out a lot of projects, at least over the last few years. I've seen volume picking up, and I'm a little envious, to be honest with you. I'm hoping TUD is going to be there pretty soon. This specific project, TUD supports staff's recommendation to go with option number 3. I think your question was when would the work be done? Our capital improvement program, our plan, which we're going to present to you at 1:30 this afternoon, has this work scheduled for next year in our fiscal year 2017. So technically it's in the capital improvement plan as starting July 1st. However, staff is willing to make a commitment to do this as soon as possible, weather permitting. So in the spring, we could get right on this. Our goal would really be to move these facilities out of the roadway so that we don't have these issues in the future, because pipelines have finite lives, roads have finite lives, and we don't want to be back in the same situation. However, we haven't been able to acquire all of the easements necessary to do that. We're still working on that. If we can bring it into the roadway, we will be doing that in the spring. We will put it at proper depth. As you know, Columbia's got a lot of rock, so that's probably why the facilities were laid as shallow as they were. And honestly, I think that TUD and the county can do much better in terms of communication moving forward. Part of the issue was that we didn't have a CIP, and CIP is really a foundational planning document that gives us the 5-year horizon. I might be going on too long. Basically what I'd like you to know is that I think with the CIP, in conjunction with working with county staff, we won't find ourselves in the situation where you've put out a project to bid, open bids, are ready to award, and then find out that there's some other issues there.
Yeah, the planning document is really important for both of us to get the work done. I do like the idea of getting it outside the roadway if possible, so, for the long-term viability of the roads and your ditch and your line, because I'm sure traffic on that pipeline isn't very good either. So if that's possible, it would really be good. Any other questions?
Just a comment. Congratulations on getting a CIP.
We're not there yet, but
I know.
Thank you very much.
I know.
Okay. Any public comment? I just want to note that this is under engineer's estimate.
Yeah. Yay.
Okay. Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to point out on your recommendation, item 3, there's 2 of 4 legs of the transaction that are here. I just want to make sure you capture the other 2. You have the reduction of the appropriations from general fund contingencies by the 522-306. You also then need to increase appropriations for transfer out from the general fund to the road capital fund. And then you need to recognize unanticipated revenue. That's a transfer in from the general fund to the capital fund. And then the establishment of increasing the appropriations of the road capital fund is fine as stated. So just the transfer in, transfer out.
And I just want to ensure also that you would waive the irregularities if you're going to award that contract.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have that, and then I think also include that we're going to go with the option 3.
Yes.
Okay. So Supervisor Rutherford, this is in your district.
Yeah, I can't remember now. Did we do public comment? I
did ask for public comment.
Okay. So I'll be very happy to recommend that I move that the board waive the minor irregularities in the bid proposal, award a contract in the amount of $728,128 to Chester Bross Construction Company to perform the work as shown in the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1686, Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction process authorizing our august board chair to sign the contract and reduce appropriations from the contingency fund by $522,306, increase appropriations to the road capital projects, Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction line item 3301301300542571 by the same amount, and all the other things that the CAO said that we needed to include in the motion, I'm including in the motion.
Option 3.
And we are proceeding. We are directing staff to use option 3.
Is that sufficient?
Is it the 798?
Well, I think we've got
when
it
he
pretty
said
well
option 3,
covered.
it came down from
all we
780.
needs a second.
I'll second it if that's sufficient and
Just to-
covers it.
Just to clarify, it was 798, 128. I think it might have been stated 728.
798, 128.
Right.
All right.
And that we're reducing the scope of the contract. Just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay, so we
Good try.
We have the first and the second,
Yeah, I seconded.
and Supervisor Hanveld. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. And we do have 10:30 appointments, but I believe that there's certain members of the board would like to take a 10-minute break, if we could.
Chairman.
County Administrator. I'm here with part of just the NDRC team, and we're here to do a presentation to your board about NDRC, where we are, where we've been, and a little bit about what the next steps are. It's really hard to believe. We started this just about a year ago, in which HCD from the state contacted Tuolumne County and asked us really to put together a list of unmet needs that we had from the rim fire and what kind of devastation, what kind of damage did we have, and we quickly contacted our friends at U.S. Forest Service and put together something in less than 24 hours. It was then in December of that year that then we were notified from the state that the state had very graciously selected Tuolumne County as the single applicant that would then go forward as the state of California's application for the NDRC. During that first phase, a lot's happened. You know, it was really trying to look at the rim fire, look at the impacts it had on our community from so many different facets. We then looked at the targeted area and the unmet needs as a result of the rim fire, and really tried to wrap our hands around resiliency and the definition of that. And that's a hard one for us. We're still, as a team, struggling with it because resiliency means so many different things to so many different people. And trying to use resiliency in this community, and then looking at the definition of HUD. And so really, we took a stab at it in phase 1 of our NDRC application. As you know, that first initial application was before you and for the public for comment, and then we revised it based on the comments we received. It was turned into HUD in March of 2015, and then in late June, we heard back from HUD that the state of California and 39 other communities were passed on for the phase 2. So we've been working since the end of June, just hardcore fast in trying to learn from our ranking and reviewing of our initial application from HUD and what they thought of our application and areas they thought that we need to strengthen in and work on those areas. What we've been doing this summer is basically trying to engage the community and asking them about resiliency and talk to them about projects that they had and what they saw some needs were from our community. We did a call for projects and tremendous turnout. We had over 140 proposals submitted to us of all different types, and that was great to see. Everything from infrastructure projects to projects on the forest lands to innovative business things to community centers to community projects to community services. So it really spanned a great diversity of need in our community, and trying to all get out the idea of resiliency. You know, how do we handle the next rim fire? Because we know the potential is out there. You know, we always talked about not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so how do we respond to those? And how do we better prepare ourselves so we can better handle it? The other thing that we did, which was incredibly awesome, is we hired a consulting firm, GCR, and Seth is here from them and is going to talk to us, talk to you guys a little bit about the process and where we are and where the Phase 2 application is. We spent a lot of time working with our consultants, and we were privileged to be able to attend an academy in Denver, Colorado this summer, and really get some more in-depth information from HUD and from some of their consultants that they hired in looking at trying to refine and look at what they were looking for from this NDRC competition. And with that, I'll turn it over to Seth, and he can talk about kind of the process and HUD and what they're looking for.
Hey, good morning. My name is Seth Magden, and I'm with GCR. And so, yeah, we've been working diligently with the California core team, some of whom are here this morning. And but I just first want to talk a little bit about the background of this competition, kind of where it came from and how it's different than other disaster recovery programs and funds. And so, you know, there are a lot of acronyms that are tossed around in these programs, and so I'll, if you have any questions, please stop me. But when HUD released this a year ago, essentially, it was September the 14th of 2014, just over a year, it was based upon the Rebuild by Design competition, which, if you're familiar with Rebuild by Design, congratulations. It's not well known outside of a lot of disaster recovery circles, but it was based upon Superstorm Sandy. And so what essentially HUD did with the Rockefeller Foundation was to create this new type of competition where communities and states could present ideas that were dynamic, that were forward-thinking, and really focused on climate change and kind of the direction that things are going. So some of those fundamentals are what they took and put into the NDRC. And so it's really based on looking at climate change, how are things going to develop in the future, and how are we going to respond to that. And so that is, you know, some of the basis of the NDRC. And so what we are tasked with through this competition and how it is different than traditional disaster recovery is that we are looking at kind of bigger picture, dynamic, replicable, scalable systems that could take place in Tuolumne County, that could take place in Calaveras or Amador or anywhere throughout the Sierras. And so that's kind of the framing that took place in Phase 1 and that we're carrying into Phase 2. And so essentially, you know, that's how we put together the portfolio of what we have here in Phase 2. And so also, I guess one thing to distinguish, the Rebuild by Design is largely urban areas. And so in Tuolumne County, obviously not a largely urban area. And so this is something that distinguishes this application and this effort, and that is also shaping what we're doing to be able to speak to this NDRC competition kind of in those terms, but through a rural lens. And so this is something that is a very unique opportunity for Tuolumne County and for the state to be able to present something to HUD and to the rest of the country that is a model that can be scaled up both within the region but throughout the Sierras and then throughout the western United States. And so those are some of the things that went into how we put together this program or this portfolio of activities. And so just at a very high level, and I know that there's some additional detail. If you guys, again, have questions I'll go over the three kind of pillars of the program and give a brief overview, but if you have questions, please ask. The first component is the Community Resilience Centers, and there are two identified locations, Groveland and then Tuolumne City. And the need for a Community Resilience Center, as we've seen here over the past month, and throughout the history of folks living in these areas, there needs to be some place for people to go during a wildfire. So this is an evacuation center. It's a center that can be used throughout the year for community events, for community classes. There will be a commercial kitchen. There are plans to work with the California Conservation Corps to have a site there in Groveland. So these are key community features where people can come together and enhance what is known as social resilience and community connectivity. So that's a key thing that HUD is looking for, is how the community comes together and responds during disaster and throughout the year. Because the stronger that a community is and the more close-knit they are, the better off they'll be when a disaster does come, the more prepared they'll be. And so that's a brief overview of the Community Resilience Centers. The Biomass Generation Facility and Wood Products Campus. So this is something that is very much in its nascent stages, and the idea with that is to create a place for all the work that is being done in the forest for the biomass removal and the thinning, a place for that to go, where that can be repurposed and reused, turned into energy, cooling and heating, where you can take some of those products or some of the biomass or the thinning and turn that into reusable wood products, whether that's for animal bedding or fence posts, furniture, lumber, dimensional lumber for building. There are a number of different options. That is particularly exciting because there are a lot of co-benefits associated with that, and that's another thing that HUD is looking for, is what else are we getting out of a potential investment? Is it just something that is going to take care of the biomass? But this creates jobs, it creates energy, it creates additional economic opportunities, associated with the biomass removal and the thinning. So there are direct and indirect employment opportunities associated with that facility. And that is something that Cal EPA is working on and with TSS Consultants, who are a California-based firm that have experience with these facilities. And the third pillar of the program is the forest and watershed health piece. And the three items that are listed there are kind of the big items. There are additional items in that activity area, but the biomass removal and the thinning is a huge part of it, and then the reforestation and restoration of that system, and then the strategic fuel breaks to protect the community and the assets and the work that's going on in the forest. And I don't know if Scott or Claire, if you have anything additional that you want to add about that, or if I hit all the high points.
I'll lean in. Sure. The forest is obviously very pleased to be a part of this teamwork and this collaborative effort. Definitely interested in describing as many opportunities as possible that could be funded via HUD to address the resiliency that we want to see in our national forest. The biomass removal, the thinning, the reforestation, and fuel breaks definitely are key components to that, and obviously, as Seth described, they marry well with the opportunities that could be presented by an additional facility to process the material that can come out of the woods. Very much interested in supporting the community, very much interested in supporting the state in their efforts to recover after the Rim Fire, and I'm very encouraged by the possibility that we may be able to continue that work.
So basically where we're going from here is, as of Friday, the draft, and it is exactly that, the draft
community's website, and we'll also post it on the county's website. We will have 2 public hearings or meetings next week. So on Tuesday, October 13th, from 4 to 6, there'll be one in the Groveland Community Center. And on Wednesday, October 14th, from 6 to 8 in the evening, they'll be held here in the Board of Supervisors chambers. And those are only the 2 local public hearings. We will also be going down to UC Merced, and there will be a public hearing also in Sacramento.
Mo, could we make sure that we do as much public outreach as possible? It's been difficult to get participants, so whatever we can do to get people to come, we need to do.
Absolutely. So what staff has planned to do this week is going to be advertised in the paper. That public notice will also go out on our website. And then we have from our phase 1, we have a list of about 30 to 40 agencies or individuals who have been interested in this process, and we will make sure to send it out to each and every one of them.
Okay, and if you can email me a flyer, I'll make sure some of them get posted.
Great.
Okay.
No, thank you. We really appreciate it. You know, and so once we have those public hearings, then we as a core team will get back together again, look at our application, make any needed adjustments based on the comments we receive, and try to have everything wrapped up and the application submitted to HUD. Our goal is that we start to put it in because it has to be turned in electronically. We're going to start to put that in on October 24th. The deadline is the 27th. And then from there, we've been told what the January will most likely we will be able to hear from HUD about our ranking and what we will be receiving funds from. One of the things that I want your board to know and for the public to know, HUD has reserved the right to cherry pick, so it's not all or nothing. If there's something in our application that they don't quite fit meets their definition or their goals and objectives and what they want to achieve, they can decide not to fund a portion of it. Or there might be other things that are going on. The other thing that's really interesting is, and I know this has been frustrating for the public to understand, also part of our core team that's not here, they're back in Washington, D.C. at a funding fair. And so they're back advocating some of our projects and looking at people that might also want to invest in some of the projects that we have here, both on our application and both that are on our alternate list. There's a whole bunch of projects that will be alternate projects that didn't quite, if you will, make the initial cut to be included in the application. So we're interested in finding out about some other additional funds from philanthropic organizations that are interested in some of the projects that we have that won't be funded. So that's kind of the next step. What I want to say to you and to the public is NDRC has been at times a very frustrating project, and it's hard. This is the first time this application has been out. And for all of us in the state of California, we're learning. And it's very hard, as Seth mentioned, to work with an application that is coming from an organization that deals with urban interests and urban usually type of programs and services. And sometimes we didn't fit in. And the things that are important to us as a community, as a rural community, sometimes didn't apply. And so we tried to be as creative as possible to push that envelope, to be as creative or innovative, and that's what HUD's really looking for, was a struggle. And this community is incredibly awesome. When we did a call for projects, as we mentioned, we had over 140 proposals out there. And they were wonderful proposals, and it was great, and there was a lot of community discussion that happened formally in our meetings that we had, but what I keep hearing from people is there was a lot of informal discussion, a lot of great ideas. And that's not going to get lost. Just because something didn't make it into this application doesn't mean that we as a community stop talking about those things that we have. And I've collected and I've saved all that information. We want to continue talking about resiliency. We're always going to have disasters in this community. help other rural communities that in the future, if they're eligible to apply, how can we make it easier for them that maybe the rules will change for them? So I thank the community for their understanding. This has been a process that from HUD continually morphed as we proceeded through phase 1 and phase 2. So I understand and feel their frustration. There are times as staff to you and staff to the community that I wasn't able to get them answers, or I wasn't able to, it seemed like we were going down this path and then all of a sudden we changed. And it's been a tough one to do. So that's that. If there's no...
I just wanted to add one thing, I guess, on the overall funding picture, and just to kind of ensure that we have a proper framing. So this competition started out as $1 billion fund of leftover disaster recovery dollars from 2011 to 2013, and right away out of that, $180 million was set aside for New York and New Jersey, who are also still eligible to compete for the remaining, I think, $820 million. And so the maximum award that any of the 40 remaining competitors could win would be $500 million. It's very unlikely that HUD would make an award of that size to one applicant. And so to give you a sense of kind of what we feel HUD will be likely to do, and of course there's a lot riding on what other people present. We feel like we have a dynamic application that is going to be very enticing to HUD because it is something that can be replicated elsewhere. But we're looking at essentially $100 million of ask to HUD. And a big part of what HUD wants to see out of this is philanthropic, private sector funds. They want to see leverage dollars. Because of the needs in the state and responses to additional disasters, that's been a hard sell for us to get direct cash. So we are not, and the application is scored, so there's 10 points associated with that portion. We are not as concerned about competing on those 10 points, but we feel that we have a strong application with this proposal and with the breadth of partners that we have assembled here. And that's been one of the great things, I think, that there have been lessons learned in terms of how we break down silos and work across agencies and get people talking. So these 140 other projects, they aren't lost in the shuffle. There is an inventory, and there is a plan of action going forward on how to address these needs, because there were things that unfortunately just did not fit with what HUD wanted in this very unique competition. But with these groups working together, there is a plan of action going forward. And so I just wanted to mention that, I guess, on the bigger picture of the funding situation. So.
Okay, any questions from the board? The mics are messed up again. Can you hear me? I'm the important one.
Okay, can't hear us.
Okay.
We'll take that one down.
I will speak quietly.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. How's this?
Okay. Any questions? I think it gives us a good idea, and I feel your frustrations because I have the same one when I'm talking to my constituents about, where's my project at? And the answer is always, well, we don't know. So maybe after the 27th, we'll know better where they're at.
Just a quick comment, because we have all heard those frustrations from a number of our constituents. But I really want to thank Maureen Frank, because I have also heard from a number of them deep appreciation for your efforts and the work that you've done, and really trying to find a way to move some of these projects forward. And I've heard virtually nothing but compliments for your efforts, and so thank you. I know it's been a long road.
I will second that. Okay, with that, I'll ask for public comment. Anybody wish to speak, come forward and talk, ask questions? Mr. York.
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of the Roads and Engineering Division. As they said, there was a tremendous effort, a lot of projects, a lot of things they had to consider. I just want you to know that the information that we gathered, the estimates that we prepared, the reports we worked with, and we've got TUD right back here. We worked jointly with them in the North County and with GCSD in the South County. That information will have a home, we'll have files, we'll be prepared to pull that out when other funding opportunities come out, and that information will not be lost, and we do hope that infrastructure will be able to be worked on later.
It's a good point. Thank you for coming forward. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dick Mitchell. I'm the Director of Engineering for GSAC, New Project Development. I have a proposal that I submitted. If it's either or, either the project gets rejected or continues, one of the things that we can do is we can design it to cost. So if there is a cap that they want to put on the project, I can come in and amend the design to bring it more in line with what they have. Of course, there's certainly a level that you can go to. But that would mean working with someone, and I don't know if that avenue is available to us or not.
Can you answer that, Mo?
What staff can do is meet with Mr. Mitchell afterwards and see what we can do as far as taking his comments and then going back and looking at his proposal and see how maybe we can adjust it.
Right. Thank you.
If it's necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, thank you for the input and the information. I think it is clear that it's a difficult task, and hopefully we're successcul.
Don't come back with empty pockets.
Bring the dollars next time.
Actually, one last comment. I want to thank you for your efforts, and you bring a lot of anxious anticipation and hope to the community after that huge disaster. And one of the things that you never want to lose sight of is the work you're doing is directly transferable and useful for all of the western states, not just California, not just Tuolumne County. It is a really big deal. The contribution that you are making has far-reaching ramifications, and you should be proud of the work you're doing. We're proud of you.
Okay. This is not an action item, so I thank you for coming. And will clerk please read our next 10:30 appointment.
This is a presentation regarding the status of the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility Construction Project.
Mr. Pedro, do you think that maybe at lunchtime or that we could...
We have during the break.
Yeah, I'll have staff come back.
I actually emailed them already.
Okay. I thought you might, but...
Two very small projects, Mo.
I just want
two small projects.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, morning, construction management. He is our construction manager on this project. As your board is aware, on April 21st, we awarded a contract to F&H Construction out of Lodi to construct the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. A groundbreaking ceremony was held on June 2nd, and we started construction right after that on the 10th of June. It is anticipated that this project will take roughly about 14 months to complete. And just a way of reference, this building is roughly 24,630 square feet. It consists of one housing unit that has 30 beds with the ability to add on to the facility with another 30 beds in the future sometime. It does have 2 classrooms, a day room, medical facilities, intake Sally port area, staff room, staff offices, holding cells, processing, and it has laundry facilities and a kind of a kitchen, not a full kitchen, but probably more program type of kitchen kind of facility. Because of the size and scope and the interest in the community regarding this facility. Okay, better? No? Can you hear? Okay. Because of the size of the scope and the interest in the community regarding this project, is something that staff would like to come back on a periodic basis to give you this type of report or any type of other information you want on this project. With that, let me, the beginning, we're now 2.5 months into this project. We thought it was time to come before you and give you a little bit of insight of what's been going on at the site. The first 2 months have been the usual stuff, the paperwork, setting up the site, mobilizing all the equipment, pre-construction meetings, and getting the site prepped. I'll turn it over to Sean to talk to you a little bit about some of the major tasks.
Good morning, members of the board. Sean Stroman, Banner Construction Management. I'm your on-site representative for the construction project. Last time I saw all of you, we had shovels in the ground, and in the last 2.5 months, we've been having bigger shovels in the ground. I'm sure as you've driven by, we've obviously been doing clearing and grubbing, trying to get down to a building pad. Rough grading is about 95% complete at this point. We have gotten building pad certified, and after construction activities today, we will probably have about 85% of all the footings poured. And the concrete block wall is starting to rise up above the footings. We're doing rebar activities. At the same time, we're working with TUD and getting all of the underground utilities in place and inspected and backfilled ahead of the winter months coming up. And then we've also been doing some behind-the-scenes work, trying to work with the F&H team to get a tax credit back to the county, trying to get a 1%. So normally the tax revenue will go straight to the state and the Board of Equalization, but we're working with the county controller, auditor controller, to try to bring those tax revenues back into Tuolumne County. And the typical construction activity. So we're actually pouring the 3rd set of footings as we speak, and then we'll have one last set of footings to pour. And then the contractor is actually dividing the slab and the construction into 2 different quadrants. So the first slab on grade for the concrete is scheduled to take place in about 2 weeks' time, and then the building's really going to start coming out of the ground. And like anything and any construction project, we've been dealing with some concerns, but together with Mo's guidance and leadership for the project, we just keep on keeping on. And We have a very strong team, and as the construction manager, I must report to you that, I mean, everybody from the county's standpoint, from TUD, from Duke York's team, everybody, we truly have a good team. Adele and Linda are working with the probation department, so at the end, it's going to be a very, very successful project for Tuolumne County and its constituents. We have some fire sprinkler drawings that are going. They actually went in for review to the state fire marshal's office last week, so we're anticipating getting those back in a few months, and just working in conjunction with the contractor to make sure that if we get the weather that we're expected, we don't slow construction activities down. With that, I'll hand it back to Mo, and Mo will talk about the schedule.
Okay, so we do have, as you guys know, and as we've been reporting to the community, one of the concerns that we had out on site is we ran into rock. This is Tuolumne County, no surprise. It was a little more excessive rock than what we would have wanted, but we had a great local firm, Nertz and Son, who's working with the contractor and working with us in expediting the removal of that rock and really being able to, as Sean told you, to get a certified pad ready for us to be able to start going now up, no horizontal, vertical. So that is something that the additional rock was unforeseen, and there will be some associated costs with that, and there will be maybe some days associated to addition to the contract. I don't have any definites for you at this point in time. We're still negotiating those, both the amount and the days with the contractor, and we'll be able to report back to you at the next period in regards to what that will mean for the county. As far as construction days, it was total of, as I said, 14 months or 420 days. The anticipated completion is August 4th. Thus far, we have been in construction for 106 days, or 20% of the time has elapsed, which is amazing to me. As I said, the contractor has requested 28 days. It'll be something most likely less than that as far as an extension onto the time that we just mentioned. As Sean said, we're continue to push the contractor. We know that this could be a really wet year, and so making sure that the site is buttoned up and that make sure we can continue through the winter months and get them to that point. One of the interesting things that we did on this project that we haven't done before is we have a webcam out there, and so we just like to take a minute to show you what we have.
So this webcam takes a still photograph every 15 minutes throughout the course of the project. So if you go to the Tuolumne County website under news and events, and then you'll see the heading for Juvenile Detention Facility Construction live feed. You click on the link. So this picture was taken at 8:30 this morning. But more importantly, what we really want the constituents to understand is it also, as it's taking photos, it's creating a time-elapsed movie from when the camera was first installed. So over on the left-hand side, you'll see a calendar. You can go back to when construction started. We actually didn't put the webcam up until after clearing and grubbing was done because we were working, trying to get all the other temporary utilities in. But if you see this link that says time-elapsed movie, I'll show you that. So you just click the mouse. Maybe. And it will play the movie throughout the course of construction.
So you can see the building come to life.
see the building rise up. So then you would close this link, but then you can also, also have the ability to zoom in. So, and you can navigate the camera around. So here you can see them getting ready for the footing pour this morning.
And you can also watch this frame by frame, since the time lapse is a little fast.
Cool. So this was taken at 7 o'clock last night. It's not a live streaming camera, but with the time-elapsed movie, you actually have the ability to watch you can watch the construction activities every single day, and it refreshes the picture every 15 to 30 minutes, and then it takes a little bit of time for that image to get to the server where it sits. But this web link is accessed on the county's website.
That's very good, and we can observe and not get our feet dirty too. That's that's a good thing.
So that's kind of it as far as the presentation we have. My one question to you as a board is, how often would you like me to come before you to do a short presentation on where we are with the facility?
3 hours?
Daily?
Huh?
Daily?
Whatever your board's wishes are.
Well, we have something that we can really follow what's going on. I think the important thing is if there's an issue or a problem, we really need to know about it. What's maybe as we go and you think something significant that we need to see, and more importantly, the public, because with this, we certainly can watch a lot what's going on.
Yeah, I think as far as I'm concerned, it's as often as you feel like you need to keep us from being surprised.
Okay, absolutely.
Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, just a quick question about the rock. I hate to be negative about things, but that's going to cost us time and money. And so why didn't the geotechnical survey of the site pick up some of that?
The geotech, for a construction project, just so the public knows, before you finish finalize plans, a geotech report is as highly recommended, and the county did solicit and do it, and we have the report on this site. Apparently, the site, the report came back, and they did say there was some rock there. Apparently, the borings that they did and the test holes and pits that they did, they just happened to pick sites or locations that didn't show the rock. And so that is something that what staff wants to do is once we get to a point where we finalized the rock and what we have, because there's still a few places out there that we're still digging up rock. Once we have that information, we'll go back to the report and look at it and talk to that firm and ask them some further questions about it. And so, for example, as the county is proceeding and looking at the jail project, we had a firm go out and do a geotech report. And based on what we were seeing here, working with the architect's office, we added additional borings and additional test pits that we wanted. And just because we knew what we were experiencing on this site, to make sure that on the next project that we have, that we're really know what we're getting into. The other thing that we did, I thought was very smart on this project, is we put an allowance set aside in the bid itself. And so there's money set aside for unforeseen things. And that's what will be tapped for any of these unforeseen things like the rocks. So we do have an allowance that we'll be pulling from for these unforeseen things. And this change order that we have coming before us that's currently being negotiated will be well covered underneath that allowance.
Mo, what's the funding source of the allowance?
It's the state. It's within the grant amount. It's not the county. I made sure to protect ourselves in this project. So I have a set aside allowance, and then I also have the bids that came in that we had were well under
what the grant amount was, so we still have that money also available for us. That's not county dollars. It's not general fund that then would go in if we have some additional unforeseen things that are not covered in that allowance amount.
Okay.
D-
Supervisor Royce?
Sure. So it sounds like most of those rocks are floaters. They're not giant slabs. How big are they?
They're pretty big.
They're big. But we're remedying them, and I want to specifically point out two local firms, Neeraj and Sons and California Drilling and Blasting, but in particular, Neeraj and Sons. Corey and Steve are a local contractor to Sonora, and they have been a godsend for this project. As you know, our site is in very close proximity to Highway 108, and because of that close proximity, we're not allowed to do any dynamiting. And so we are, through Neeraj and California Drilling and Blasting, we're actually doing a thing called boulder busting, where they drill a hole and they fill the hole with water, and then they do a little shot, and the shock waves of the water actually break the rock. And that will work for Caltrans. And actually, just last week, down in this area, this is the stormwater detention pond, and we found a few more rocks, and they're using a clay material that actually expands. So Neeraj is being very proactive in trying to remedy the solutions to not impact us as much as possible.
So are they just breaking that up and then moving it, staging it on site for fill, or are they burying it, or what are they doing with all that?
We actually have two areas. So in the beginning of the project, we recognized that there may be a need for soil for future county projects, and Mr. York is always in the need for rocks in areas. So we made the decision very early on to stockpile earth and material for future projects rather than pay to off-haul it. Let's just stockpile it, because why pay to bring in
don't
at a
truck
later
it.
date? As well as Mr. Duke and his rocks, he always needs rocks. So as the rocks were coming out of the site, we actually stockpiled them as well, so that if the county ever needs rock in the future, it's here, it's available, the county owns it, just go pick it up.
I got some in Colombia they can have too.
Go ahead.
I think they're
I got a
historical.
couple more questions.
Couple more questions.
For future reference, when we put a bid together, looking back on this one, it seems like the reason that it was structured the way it was we took the risk for potential of rocks like this, and that helped create lower bids. Is that the strategy, and why we did structure it the way we did? And in future projects, would that be the way to do this, or would you do it differently?
What I would do is exactly what we've done. We have an allowance for basically the owner's discretion that falls within the grant guidelines, and so.
But I mean, why not just have the contractor bear the risk for rock and say, here's the geotechnical report, give us your hard bid, and then we're locked?
Because we don't know what kind of quantity, it's a complete unforeseen condition. And so the only thing that I would do in the future is maybe have a unit price in their bid, so that if they run into rock, they say, okay, if we're dealing with rock, we will deal with it at $4.50 or whatever. That way it's locked in. Supervisor Royce, the amount of rock that we discovered is a complete unforeseen condition. No one would have ever known.
But I mean, instead of us bearing that risk, why not make them bear that risk? So I'm thinking about, say, the jail or some of these other projects when we come along. Are we going to have the same problem, or are we going to?
What I would really worry about is what you were alluding to. I would really worry about the price of the bids that then we get in, because those contractors are really going to try to cover their bases, because it is Tuolumne County. We do have a lot of rock out there.
Yeah.
And so I guess for the jail, my recommendation to your board would be exactly what we did here, is make sure there's enough allowance. Because right now, the way that building is
Do you-
being designed and the location of it, it's much steeper as far as the location, and the way it's designed, it's going to fit the lower level is going to fit right into that hillside. And so there's not a lot of give, there's not a lot of room to maneuver a lot, so we're really going to have to know what we have there as much as we can.
Is the geotechnical report public? Is that document available?
It's a staff report right now.
Can I get a copy of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And keep in mind one thing, any geotechnical report is not considered part of the contract documents. And so when a contract...
Was that part of the construction documents?
But it's not part of the contract.
Not contract, right.
The project, because the geotechnical report...
The architect used that when they were doing their structural...
Correct. And so it's available for the contractor to review. And in fact, we had a contractor, a potential subcontractor, go out and do some test borings.
Themselves
Ahead of time before we bid the project.
Mhm.
And even that contractor did not find the rock that we discovered.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for the report and update. And I did ask for public comment. Do we have time to do our portion of our closed session?
We do reports. You get those done.
Do we have time to do our reports and the closed session? If not, I'd like to do the closed session first and the reports afterwards.
You're the chairman.
Okay, do we expect any public comment on the closed session items?
I'm ready to read.
Okay, go ahead.
Closed session, conference with labor negotiator Craig Pedro and from Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D21 case.
Okay, do we expect to report anything out? No. Any public comment on the closed session items? Seeing none, we'll go ahead into closed session. Okay, I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting of October 6th. We've returned from closed session, and we did not complete our items, so we'll be going back in after the regular board meeting. Will the clerk please read 13A?
This is reconsideration of approving correspondence in support of the Warren Act contract from the Bureau of Reclamation and New Maloney's Reservoir.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have before you a revised letter for the Warren Act contract proposal by Calaveras County Water District. Mr. Pedro and I spent some time editing the letter, trying to provide a regional view of the action and how it might benefit both Calaveras and Tuolumne counties.
Okay, has the board had a chance to read the letters?
Want me to read it out loud to you, or no?
No. I did. You sent two letters across, or just one?
Just one.
One letter, same
Yes.
place. Okay. Just almost done here. Okay. Have all the board members read the letter? Comments?
I'm okay with it.
Looks good to me. Any public comment on the letters? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Can we address 13A and B as one motion?
No.
No, we have to adjourn the board
Oh,
of
that's right.
supervisors.
Okay. So for 13A, I move on staff recommendation.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting and reconvene as the Tuolumne County Water Agency. Would clerk please read that item?
This is consideration of approving correspondence in support of the Warren Act contract from the Bureau of Reclamation and New Melones Reservoir.
I, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Once again, this is a Warren Act contract, and this is in support of Calaveras County's proposal to get a Warren Act contract to store water in New Melones Reservoir. This is under the Water Agency. Same letter.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Richardson? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Approval.
Second.
Okay, first and second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. We'll adjourn the Tuolumne County Water Agency and reconvene as Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Clerk, please read our first 1:30 appointment.
Be reconvening as the Air Pollution Control District, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, good. So this is a public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District's 2015-16 budget.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Gary Stockel, Air Pollution Control Officer. On September 15th, 2015, your board conducted the first of two public hearings required by the California Health and Safety Code for Air Pollution Control Districts' budgets. At that hearing, the 2015-16 Air Pollution Control budget was reviewed, and the opportunity for comments from the public was provided. No one from the public wished to comment at the hearing, nor have any comments from the public been submitted to the Air Pollution Control District's office. Today's hearing, the second required hearing, is to adopt the budget. The Air Pollution Control budget totals $549,095. Summary of that budget is included in your board packet. I am asking you as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Board to adopt the Air Pollution Control District 2015-16 budget.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak, comment on this? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Close the public hearing.
I'll move approval of the Air Pollution Control District 2015-2016 budget.
Second.
We have a first and second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. We'll adjourn the Air Pollution Control.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I just wanted to compliment Mr. Stockel on an outstanding presentation.
And I like the way he's dressed.
Short and sweet, huh, Gary?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, third time, right?
Okay, so now we're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting of October 6th. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation on the Tuolumne Utilities District 5-year capital improvement program for water and wastewater systems.
All right, now we're ready.
Feel free to sit at the table. However, what's most comfortable. Someone played with the knobs.
Yeah.
One of each, one's water, one's wastewater.
Okay.
They're just bigger, easier to see.
So just grab one and pass it out, right?
Chairman Gray, members of the board, my name is Dave Anders. I'm the interim general manager of the Tuolumne Utilities District. I'm here with Eric Johnson, the district's engineer, and you probably also know Lisa, our community relations coordinator. What we'd like to do is give you a brief PowerPoint presentation. You should have in your staff reports the slides as well as We passed out some larger blow-ups of some of the maps just for your information. You can read them on the normal scale that we presented the map. Where do we start out? First thing we want to do is highlight the CIP, and I want to just tell you that the CIP, or the Capital Improvement Plan, is going hand in hand with the rate study we're currently doing, because essentially if we don't get our rates increased, we won't be able to do any of the projects that we currently propose to do. And quite frankly, there's a large list of projects that need to be done. Our process started earlier this summer. We looked at all the potential projects, both on the water and sewer side, that could potentially be built that were needed. On the water side alone, there was over $57 million in potential projects that we identified as really being needed to move ahead. As a result of the paring it down and the issues related to how much the rates would have to go up to address that, we ended up with about a $14.5 million program for our water department and about a $5.5 million project for the sewer department. So I want to briefly highlight those. Eric is very versed in these. If you have any questions, feel free to just ask him as we go through these projects. But first want to highlight some of the projects in the capital improvement plan. First one is the Cuesta Heights Tank Consolidation Project. One of our goals in the capital improvement plan is to try to eliminate old facilities, but also try to consolidate them where possible. It saves on maintenance costs and operational costs. So that's one of the projects that we propose doing. What it'll do for the community is include fire flows, and pressure would be increased, as well as the reliability of having water available in various parts of this tank currently serves parts of the Sonora area. Another project that we're also looking at is a Sonora pipeline replacement. As you've probably seen in the papers, we've had some recent leaks in the Sonora system. It's one of the oldest pipeline systems we have in our system. Many of the pipes are over 80 years old, so we're systematically trying to target this area so that we can hopefully improve the disruptions that we've had in the past. Essentially, there's about 1 mile of pipeline we're looking at replacing in this next 5-year capital improvement period. Another important project is the Phoenix Lake Preservation and Restoration Project. Essentially, what we're trying to do there is dredge Phoenix Lake. It's a major water supply or storage facility for the Sonora Jamestown area. The project is currently looking at trying to restore about 300 acre-feet of water. About a third of that reservoir is currently impacted by silt and sediment, so that we currently cannot use the full amount of water that's in there. Secondly, it would improve the water quality coming into that lake. So it's a very important project. Eric and his staff have been able to receive grant funding on that. And Eric, what's the allocation on grant funding?
And I should say that the IRWM, the funding is through the IRWM Prop 84, and there's about $5 million in grant. The district needs to come up with a little over $1 million for our share. And most of the work was done by predecessors to me through that IRWM process.
Another project that's important to us on the sewer side is the Columbia Country Estates Sewer Pump Station improvement. This is a 1980s pump station that needs to be replaced and relocated. So it's an important project that needs to be addressed. On the next slide, what we're looking at is just the allocation of where these projects are. So one of the goals our board had in establishing the capital improvement program was to try to make sure that we had projects throughout the county in the areas that we serve. So as you can see on that location map, there's projects virtually in every sector of our service territory, so that again all of our customers will benefit from the projects that are proposed in the capital improvement program. The next slide outlines the specific projects, and essentially what we've done here is we've identified the project by name, We've identified the cost by year. Some of these projects can be completed in 1 year, some are multi-year projects. Some may be phased in, that is, that a certain portion of the projects could be conducted and then have to wait to another 5-year capital improvement plan to actually complete a phase 2 or 3. Some of them are getting started on long-term projects. One of the other goals our board has established was to try to consolidate facilities where we can. That becomes very expensive to do, but long-term, that's what we feel is the viability of the district, is that if we can consolidate facilities, particularly consolidate our 15 treatment plants that we currently operate, that would improve our bottom line in terms of the cost to our customer, and also reduce our maintenance and operation costs. So again, that's been one of the goals that we've established. As you can see here, there's about 14.3 million, almost 14.4 million in projects that have been identified over this 5-year period, averaging about $2.8 million a year. So a big chunk of the money that we're asking our ratepayers to pay for is associated with trying to fund these capital improvement projects. We will continue to try to receive grant funding and possibly long-term and low-interest loans from the state and federal government to try to overall spread these costs out. But those aren't guaranteed. Many of the programs are competitive, so we can't rely solely on grant funding to help us through this process. So our ratepayers will have to pick up a lion's share of the cost. Okay, the next slide, we're looking at the wastewater projects. As you may know, our sewer system is much more consolidated than our water systems. We have the main sewer plant here in Sonora that serves a large number of customers. So efficiency-wise, it's very good, but we do have a number of projects. Our collection system, if you're not aware, is under a consent decree. We have to review, or we basically are having cameras go through our entire collection system. We have a schedule that's required that we comply with. Once we identify those areas of the collection system that are problems, that is, that they have leaks or roots are growing in them, sagging lines, pump stations that may have problems with overflow, and what we call I&I, or inflow and infiltration problems. We're trying to identify that, and then we have a requirement that we have to correct those problems as part of that consent decree. So again, the project's locations are fairly concentrated because our treatment facilities are fairly concentrated. The next page outlines the wastewater funded projects, about $5.5 million. Just to give you some comparison, our sewer customers, we have about 6,000 sewer customers versus about 14,000 water customers. So the sewer system is very smaller than our water supply customers. So consequently, our capital improvement program is smaller, as well as the cost to provide upgrades and various improvements in the system. So again, this is similar to the previous table we looked at in water. We identified the 14 projects that are identified in this 5-year period, and we've outlined the individual costs associated with those projects by year. And again, some of those projects are phased. That is, we'll start at phase 1 of a project. It will be a complete project, but then there'll be some additional work that may have to be done in a subsequent capital improvement program year. On average, it's about $1.1 million a year to address these particular projects. And our sewer fund is a little better shape than our water fund relative to our structural deficit, but we still will need to raise rates in the sewer end as well. So sort of dipping into the rate study conclusions and recommendations on the next slide. One of the things we wanted to do as part of the study is to simplify the water and sewer rates to our customers. Right now we have dozens of rates. We have treated water rates, we have raw water rates, we have raw water rates that are associated with metered customers, and raw water rates that are associated with ditch customers that don't have meters. So it's a problem for us administratively, and it's also created a lot of inequities in our rate system because we have so many different rates. The second conclusion out of the study is we do have ongoing structural deficits in our water and wastewater funds, so the rate increase is proposed to address those structural deficits. Again, the 5-year capital improvement plan is a key component of it, and we've also looked at trying to structure our rates over a 5-year period so our customers won't be hit all up front with the immediate high rate increase. Although it's still relatively a robust rate increase, it will be spread out over 5 years. Lastly, one thing we've identified as a goal was that currently our water rates are not greater than 1.5% of the median household income in Tuolumne County, and this is critical for getting grant funding. If your rates are not at least that high, you are turned away for grant and loan funding at many of the federal and state agencies that provide these. So our rates are very low in comparison to other MHIs throughout the state, and one of our goals was at least to have rates up high enough so that we can qualify for these grants and loans from the state. So that was an important component there. Specifically related to the water rates, we currently have 6 tiers of water use, and we're redoing that down to 1 tier. That is primarily a result of a court case that was decided in San Juan Capistrano. Essentially, unless we can show that each of those rates represent a higher cost of us to provide the service, we cannot charge that rate. And based on our analysis in the rate study, that is the case. We cannot really justify a higher rate, and if we do, it would be pennies rather than dollars. So there's really not realistic for us to look at this 6-tier rate system for water anymore. So we're proposing that we have a fixed charge for the bulk of our costs to cover our fixed costs, and then a 1-tier based on volume of water used. Again, we recalculated some of our rates based on the meter sizes. Currently, water rates throughout the state are generally identified as based on the size of the meter. You have additional capacity based on the size of your meter, so you correspondingly charge a higher fixed rate for the water that's being provided. Your question?
Yeah, I that one just triggered a thought with me. The new building codes require a certain amount of minimum flow availability for a house because it has to have sprinklers in it. And so is there a premium for that then over what you would normally have installed?
Well, in our current rate structure, there is, but what we're proposing to do is any meter from 1 inch or less. So currently we have meter sizes that are 5/8 inch, 3/4 inch, and 1 inch. Typically, your fire sprinklered homes would require a 1 inch meter set. So we are establishing that as our minimum rate, so that everybody with a 1 inch or less would pay that particular rate. And we identified that as a particular problem going forward, because we do have areas of our service territory where pressures are low, so larger meter sizes are needed. But probably out of our 9,000 plus residential customers, probably 8,000 of them would fall under the 1 meter or less, or 1 inch meter or less category. So this will cover the bulk of our customers. Okay. The other thing we're doing is eliminating distinctions between residential and non-residential customers. We had a rate schedule that affected commercial customers. Because of that change in the law, due to that Capistrano decision, we can no longer do that. So everybody's going to be charged the same flat rate, whether they're commercial or residential. And then again, we talked about the 1.5% MHI requirement, so that was built into our rate structure. What our target is under proposed funding level, our board looked at 3 options, and they chose the middle option of about $4.2 million a year. That's the kind of revenue we're trying to generate. To give you some relative scale, our current our revenues are about 9.8 million. So over 5 years, we're looking at trying to raise, on average, about $4.5 million a year. And again, that will not be ramped up in the first year, but over the 5-year period. So again, what we have here is a chart of what our current fixed charge is and what our proposed rate charges are relative to the current charge. So essentially what you'll have is a fixed charge in each year, and then you'll have a uniform rate per 100 cubic feet. So in year one, we're looking at raising our fixed charge to $47.50 and our uniform rate to $2.50. And this slide's a little bit deceptive because we do have 6 tiers now. We just chose one of the lower end of the tiers, but that 6-tier system goes and exceeds the $2.50 we're proposing in year one. But that would only be customers that use a lot of water. So again, what we're looking at in year one is essentially raising the monthly water bill from a little over $45 to about $60 per month. So that's what's being proposed. The next chart sort of gives you an outline of what our current average water bills are. And as you can see, we're currently one of the lowest water rate agencies in the region. We will move up the ladder to be one of the higher or highest, at least in the first year. But again, it's fairly competitive with some of the other neighboring agencies that you can see there. Only a few dollars more for those. Likewise, on the sewer, we wanted to simplify the rate structure. Currently, we have a system that identifies 11 different cost categories that we have to account for different types of reserves, and whether it be for treatment or for reclamation and what have you. So as a result of that, our balances are out. So we wanted to, again, simplify our structure so that we'll only have one sewer charge, and it'll go into whatever the board feels is appropriate, whether that be operation and maintenance, whether it be capital improvements, reserves, and the like. So again, we wanted to simplify our rate structure there. Finally, again, we have the 5-year, a large part of the costs are based on our 5-year sewer CIP. Next slide sort of shows you where we're looking at, and it identifies these 11 different charges I mentioned. So our sewer rates are going up a little less, about $4.50 the first year, and then essentially $3 a year per month after that. So fairly modest increase on the sewer side. The last slide we have is just a comparison of average sewer bills, and as you can see, we're currently the lowest sewer rates in the region, and we still will remain the lowest in the region. So that, in a nutshell, what we wanted to present to you. If there's any questions, Eric's here to answer them as in any detail on any of the projects or any of the other issues that we might have. Thank you.
So I just got some comments. I think this is a great presentation. I really appreciate you coming over here and giving it to us. And my comments really are for the public as much as anything, and I may ask you a couple of questions just to make sure I'm right. But one of the things that you talked about, but I really think I want to put in bold letters and underline and maybe italicize, is that for a while now, your rate structure has really made it difficult for you to qualify for low-interest loans and grant funding. So the public needs to know that, because if the rates don't go up, that will continue. And that's a way that all of us government agencies get to fund some of our higher ticket items. So I really think it's really important that the public know that the rates need to go up for that if we're going to be eligible, if no other reason, and there's a lot of other reasons. But that, in and of itself, makes us eligible, makes you eligible for competing for some cheap money and in some cases free money. So, well, no, money's never free. It's all our tax money, but it comes back to us now. The other question I got, and I guess this might even be for Lisa, are you planning on taking this presentation public as part of the advertisement for your rate structure increase?
Well, you preempted me because Lisa gave me instructions to mention this at the end, but we do have
He's impatient.
4 community outreach meetings
Okay.
set up. They're already scheduled, and I can go through the dates and whatnot, but in Columbia, in Soulsbyville, Tuolumne, and in Sonora. And we will be giving basically the same presentation, but we'll also have staff available to kind of interact with the public one-on-one and answer questions about
Great.
specific projects related to their area. We're gonna customize it a little bit for each area so they can see some of the
Sure.
capital improvements.
Okay, great. Because I think that's really going to be a key to selling the rate increase. And I said it in my radio address, I fully support your rate increase. I'm a TD customer. I don't want to write a bigger check to you, but I have to. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. And I think we all need to realize that the price of tea in China is going up, and water is not free. I do also want to emphasize that, and I didn't talk about it when I mentioned the first thing, but not only have our rates been too low to qualify for some of the grant funding and low-interest loans, but they've created sort of a hole, if you will, a funding hole in your normal routine maintenance and stuff like that. So you're a little bit behind the power curve on that. So again, another reason I like the analogy, and I've used it several times. If people could see, your pipes the way they can see our roads, they'd quit calling me about potholes, and they'd start calling your board about rust and corrosion and all of that stuff. So I think it's really just important. I want to emphasize that this rate increase is necessary, and it's not pleasant, and I'm not trying to say that it is pleasant. Nobody likes to write bigger checks, least of all me, but it is necessary, and I sure hope the public gets behind this, or at least gets out of the way of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation, too. I appreciate you coming here, and I see your list of projects. This is only 5 years out, and my sense of the system, and I've said this a number of times, you are kind of an assimilation or an assembly of a number of water districts that no one would have designed this way had they set out to design TUD from scratch. What do you see beyond 5 years? I mean, you need, is this sufficient? I mean, it doesn't end here, is my point. And what does it take to make this system robust, reliable, et cetera? There's a lot more to it, I assume.
Yes, there is. We're probably looking at least the next 10 to 15 years of having a concerted effort, particularly on the capital improvement side, to get things taken care of. I think what this will do is it'll relieve us of the structural deficit. So we will have operation and maintenance costs that we won't be behind the 8 ball on that particular issue. The capital side, however, still will have to go on, but a lot of it will depend on how successful we are, one, in getting grants and low-interest loans. Secondly, how we can consolidate. So again, if our overall goal, if we can consolidate some of those facilities, that will reduce our capital for future years and also reduce our operation and maintenance costs in future years. So that's really a goal, but it will take a lot of funding, sustained funding over a much longer period than this 5 years to do that. And the other thing I want to point out too is one of the things that we're happy to be working with the county on is in terms of putting our CIP together. We've submitted that to your Public Works Department, wanted to have their input, so it helps coordinate activities as well, because things we don't want to do is being tearing up roads and dealing with those particular problems where you guys may have a schedule for doing that. So one of the other good benefits of a coordinated CIP is to have both you and the city of Sonora notified of what we are proposing to do, and so we can adjust and you can adjust so that we don't have any conflicts with your capital projects as well.
Jerry?
Yeah, I'm curious about your ag customers. Are you going to be looking at rate increases there also?
Yes, we are. We have about almost 600 maybe loosely characterized as ag customers, because some of them are ditch domestic customers, some are just used for landscape. But yeah, we do have about 600 of those type of customers that use our raw water supply. Their rates are going up due to that Proposition 218 and the Capistrano decision. We cannot subsidize their water use, so part of our rate study, we analyzed what the cost to provide raw water is, and we've identified an increase. And one of our goals on the raw water side is to try to get everybody metered so we can actually measure the amount of water. Currently, about half of our raw water customers metered and the other half not. So that's one of our goals, and we do have it in the capital improvement program to try to meter those. But we hope that we will be meeting with the Farm Bureau to go over those rates, but we're hoping that our ramp up on them will not really impact what they're doing right now. It's, we feel this 5 years will be a time for us to evaluate that, so they're not getting hit quite as hard as our treated water customers in respect to recovery of costs.
Any other questions? Just a couple comments. Supervisor Rutherford touched on it. People have to understand that water and sewer is expensive. I did sit on a district board for a number of years and had an awakening on how much it costs to take care of those many miles of lines of sewer and water. And I think the public that is using TUD need to understand that they've had pretty cheap water and sewer for a number of years, and eventually you're going to have to pay for it. But on the question side is, have you quantified how much you may be saving by doing the consolidations of some of these systems?
The short answer is the district undertook a study called the Treated Water System Optimization Plan. That was begun a number of years ago, and due to funding constraints, we actually stalled that. And that was the intent of that study, was to look at how to optimize our treated water system with a focus on consolidation. And we had identified a number of bookends, whereas, hey, we maintain the fragmented system that we have with the current operations and maintenance loads that we have versus a larger upfront capital investment in order to realize, savings going forward. And so I don't have a solid answer for you. It's a case by case, but one of the projects that's in this CIP, but it's in the unfunded portion, is the Sierra Pines Regional Water Treatment Plant, which is up there at Sierra Pines, the golf course. And so this CIP would fund the consolidation of Crystal Falls and Cedar Ridge, that area, with the long-range plan to slowly peel those plants back. Cedar Ridge, Crystal Falls, Lakewood, and then maybe someday Ponderosa to all be served from a regional facility up there. And I don't have dollar amounts for you, but we know labor keeps going up, so and labor is a large part of our cost.
I think as far as trying to sell it to the public, it would be something that you may want to work on, because if you don't save that money, those rates are going to go up more. And I think it needs to be stressed that that's how you're going to keep the rates down in the future, is by doing that type of work. But just a thought. Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment?
Good afternoon, board members, the public that are watching this. I did want to mention that if you are a TUD customer, we did send out the rate notices. They have been mailed out. So if you did not receive it, or if you have questions about the presentations, everything's online on our website at tudwater.com.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I want to thank you for bringing it forward. I think that your presentation is a very good one, and hopefully the public will come to the meetings when you get out there and tell them what needs to be done. So thanks again.
Thank you for taking your time today. We appreciate it.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Clerk, read our next item. Yes.
Reports.
Okay. Mr. Pedro?
I'll keep it short because I know a bunch of things that I was involved in, so were many board members. But I'll just mention one thing. Our development process review team did meet recently. We have a follow-up meeting in a few weeks. A lot of that is geared towards the workshop that the board has requested, so we can come back and talk about progress that has been made, and more importantly, from the board's perspective, what else can we be doing to make additional, progress, moving forward. So we are working on that. And then for those that have lost track, I'll just say personally, I'm looking forward to Saturday when I hand off my not-so-baby girl to a nice young man, and the wedding on Saturday.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Good luck with that. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing before I get going, I think I should have gotten up and said this at public comment, but our Sheriff's Department deserves a lot of credit, along with the schools, in avoiding a major issue in our county, major event that would have been just devastating. But what I'd really like to say is I would like to thank the young people who had the courage and the trust and the confidence to reveal what they heard so that, in fact, they could avoid this kind of thing. I believe that the young people that did that are the real heroes in this situation because they avoided something that would have tore the hearts out of everybody in this county. So with that, I went down with several members of the staff and Supervisor Rotifer to Pomona a couple weeks ago, shortly after our last board meeting, and we thank the BSCC for supporting our jail project. And that took a lot of time to go down there, but I think it was absolutely necessary we do that. And I want to thank the team that went because it was important, very important. I've lost track. September 21st, we, with 2Care, I helped organize a tour of the forest. We did went to the working site, and we went to the demonstration forest. We had Roger Bales speak at lunch about the water and forest intertie. We toured the mill and the biomass plant at Chinese Camp, Pacific Ultra Power. What was important is we went out and we tried to get people to come to this thing that hadn't been there before, don't know anything about it. We had someone from the governor's office there. We had someone from Ami Bera's office there. We had someone from Senator Morlock's office from Orange County. We had Matt Cate from CSAC, the executive director of CSAC there. Our congressman was there and others, but important that we go out and evangelize, if you will, the rural county issues associated with water and forest, and so we did that. I think that was very successful. Now, along with several members of the board, I went to the RCRC annual meeting and attended the board meeting, brought back some stuff on the new marijuana laws that I know legal counsel is spending a lot of time going over. Very complex. I want you to know it's a combination of three bills, and there's all sorts of things when we get down to it that we're going to. Some cases you have to do things. In places you have to make decisions. So it's amazingly complex. So I want to thank County Council for taking this assignment on, and RCRC has offered to provide some counseling and assistance on that. Last week I was invited to, and so I went, by the San Joaquin Valley Regional Association of California Counties. That's a long name that's kind of redundant if you ask me. Anyway, they had a great conference near the southern entrance to Yosemite, but that's where I saw the incredible situation in both Madera and Mariposa counties. Very, very, very ugly. But there was a lot of good information coming out of that, and I shared some of that already with people, and I've got more to do on that. I attended with the chairman, sheriff's press conference on Saturday. I also went to Supervisor Roderfer was there for the K-9 fundraiser on Sunday, which was terrific. And the last thing I want to report is that it's time for RCRC to select a new second vice chair for next year. 3 people have already applied for that, but personally, I'm concerned about rural counties, and so I am going to do that. I'm going to do it today, but I will not do it unless I have the support of this board to do that, because I know that if I take that job, if I get selected to do that job, it will impact each and every one of you. And so I won't do that without you signing on with me.
Well, I certainly would be in favor of it, and maybe it would give us a little rest from you from time to time.
Well, it is good for all of us. Thank you.
And in that vein, I would also support it.
Yeah. So you have our support to go after it.
Thank you.
For various reasons.
I'll try to stay away as often as possible.
Be careful what you wish for.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it? Supervisor Royce?
No report.
Supervisor Brennan?
Swiss cheese?
We're taking a recess from you, Supervisor Roderfer.
Okay.
We thought you were going to go with Randy.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, I did a bunch of stuff that Randy's already talked about, and I'm going to keep it short. But I did go on Saturday to the Jamestown unveiling or dedication of the Walk of Fame project that they've been putting together for many years. And my predecessor, Dick Bland, was also there. It was a really good ceremony. If you haven't been to the Walk of Fame and you need a little exercise, start in Jamestown. If you need less exercise, start at Railtown, because it's downhill from Railtown and it's uphill the other way.
Have somebody pick you up.
But it is a really good project. And what I really want to emphasize is that the community of Jamestown, so many times, I said it there, you know, people look around and see things that need to get done, and they ask who's going to do it. And the people in Jamestown, and specifically the Jamestown Promotion Club and the committee that did the Walk of Fame project, are people that look and see what needs to get done, and they just go do it. And I also want to put out really good kudos to our staff, because, well, first of all, Duke York was on the Walk of Fame committee and did a lot of personal work, but also our staff, Bev's entire department, from planning to roads and everything, did great work supporting them. Again, it's really easy when the community is really energized, and so I applaud the community, and I also applaud our staff.
Okay.
That's my report.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, so on the 18th, I met with some folks from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. They will be holding their December Board of Directors meeting in Tuolumne County, and so plans for that are being organized, and you'll hear more in the upcoming meetings. The afternoon of the 18th was the Employee Appreciation Barbecue, and I just really want to say kudos to Christine. I know she had a lot of folks helping her, but it was a wonderful event. We have amazing employees in Tuolumne County, and it's really always it's a good thing when we can recognize them for all the great job that they do. The last thing I want to mention is shout out to Care. I was on their tour. They did an amazing job organizing that. You know, when I was reading the resiliency package and the criteria for that, it talked about dynamic proposals that are innovative, science-based, scalable, and replicable, forward-looking, and provide multiple benefits. That tour just highlighted those opportunities on this forest. They did an amazing job. It was science-based. They had Dr. Bonix in there from UC Merced talking about water. We went to the experimental forest. If you have the opportunity to go out there and listen to the scientists, if you can get on one of those tours, I would highly recommend it. You will have a much better understanding of what watershed health is and how important it is that we get to that healthy forest. So again, great job to 2Care, and I want to thank them for the invitation. That's it.
County Council.
Okay, over the last several weeks, attorneys in our office, we've looked at some indemnification language issues. We've done a lot of research, and we had a meeting with risk management about some of those issues. We also are working on the medical marijuana proposed legislation, which is expected to be signed. So we anticipate having some meetings with our department heads and then bringing some matter back to your board to get direction on what you want to see happen. We're just trying to wrap our minds around it right now. Carlin has worked with CRA on the water element, and she also assisted them with the Parrots Ferry project. Cody had 6 contested hearings, and he also attended a conference. Chris was meeting with the Visitors Bureau and staff related to TOT issues. He's continued to work on the ATCA personnel policies, and he will be attending a week-long trial advocacy conference next week, so he's been prepping for that. I've completed a settlement of a personnel matter for HR, and I was a presenter at our annual County Council conference related to emergency preparedness. That was really interesting. I have a really good contact now with a Cal OES attorney, and I also attended the 2Care tour. I thought it was really fascinating, so thank you.
Clerk? Okay. On the 29th, along with Supervisor Brennan, I took a tour with the sheriff of the new garden out at the old dump site, and it's pretty impressive, the work that they've done out there. They've got the fencing in. I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcome will be, but they're moving along. Also had the opportunity to look at the shooting range and the improvements they've done out there, and it's far different than what it was the last time I was there, and did get an opportunity to take a look at the new MedCat, and I understand it's already been used in Calaveras County. That was on the 29th. On the 30th, we had a TCTC Unmet Transit Needs meeting in Groveland, and I must say the turnout was very disappointing. You know, people want better public transportation, but unless we can get the input from you, we can't change much. So I'm chastising the people of the South County for not attending that meeting and getting their point of view across. And we'll do it again, but I need your input. On the first, along with Mr. Pedro, we attended the 125th anniversary at Yosemite National Park, along with another 1,500 people in kind of a mini rainstorm, but a great event. Looking forward to, I think we have another 100th anniversary coming up here for Yosemite itself. So we've got a good relationship with the park, and I think it's important that we continue to represent Tuolumne County well there. And I'll be going again next Thursday, or this coming Thursday, for a Gateway Partners meeting. And I also, on the 3rd, I attended the Walk of Fame celebration with Supervisor Rutherford, and I want to compliment him on the fine job he did as the MC there. I thought he did a really good job, and the people of Jamestown are hardworking, and they should be proud of what they have done. And also, kudos to the county staff, because it was mentioned many times of all of the good work that they have done down there. And that's my report. So we're going to go back into closed session and finish up the item. Do you need to read it again? Okay.
It's all 3 items, just the litigation? Okay. It's continued closed session with conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority government code 569569D2, and that's 1 case.
Okay, do we expect to report anything out? Any public comment? All right, we'll go into closed session.